Oceans hide more than they reveal. They stretch endlessly across our world. Yet most of their depths remain untouched and unknown. On the surface, the water shimmers with calm. But once you slip past the last traces of light, everything changes. Darkness thickens, pressure crushes, and silence turns unnatural. It is here that mysteries gather, mysteries no science has ever explained. Ships are swallowed without storms. Shadows drift where no living thing should exist. Sounds echo from trenches deeper than the tallest peaks. Divers emerge trembling, certain they heard voices calling from the black. We understand galaxies above, better than the waters just beyond our shores, and that gap leaves space for fear. Before we descend together, let me ask you, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Hold on to that thought, because the ocean is never still, and it never stops listening. Currents move in ways that seem almost deliberate, as if the water itself carries memory. Sailors once swore that the sea could think, and while science dismissed those tales as superstition, the patterns have never been fully explained. In certain regions, ships drift off course without reason, their compasses spinning while the crew stares helplessly into fog that feels alive. These are not storms, not the chaotic tantrums of weather, but calm seas that quietly take control. Instruments fail, bearings collapse, and vessels vanish into silence. Some reappear miles from their intended path, crew dazed and unable to explain the missing hours. Others are never seen again, their names becoming whispers passed down through ports and harbors. Survivors tell stories that share one chilling detail: the sensation of being watched from below, as if something vast and unseen moved beneath them, guiding every misplaced turn. The feeling clings long after land is reached. For many it is not forgotten, and when the ocean decides to change its course, no one can resist. It is here, in these unseen shifts, that the first great mysteries of the sea begin, and they do not let go easily once they take hold. Legends call these places silent drifts, where navigation dies without warning. Modern sailors armed with GPS have not escaped them. There are accounts of tankers slowing inexplicably, their engines straining against invisible resistance, as if the water thickened into something unnatural. Others have described hulls vibrating with a low hum, one that seemed to come not from the ship but from the sea itself. Scientists attribute such disturbances to magnetic anomalies or shifting currents, but no study has ever recreated the full effect. Survivors report hours lost, logbooks showing times that don't align with clocks, and strange lights shimmering just beneath the surface. Theories stretch from methane gas releases to unknown geological forces, yet none explain why animals vanish from these waters during the disturbances. Birds refuse to circle, fish scatter, and dolphins vanish. It is as though nature itself recognizes what humans refuse to accept, that something larger than storms dictates these regions. When mariners finally escape the grip, they emerge with the same hollow expression, convinced they were observed, not by passing creatures, but by the water itself, aware, ancient and patient. And for those who never returned, perhaps it finally decided to keep them. In whispered tales across coastal villages, fishermen describe entire nights of calm that were anything but safe. Nets lowered into the depths, come back torn, not by teeth, but as though shredded by unseen forces. One man told of lowering his hand into the water, only to feel a sudden pull, gentle yet undeniable, as if a current had chosen him. He yanked back with all his strength, and swore he felt fingers, not water, tightening around his wrist. Such claims are easy to dismiss as fatigue or hallucination from long nights at sea, yet too many accounts share eerie similarities, separated by oceans and cultures that never crossed paths. Always, there is a pull downward. Always, there is the impression of intent. Some of these men swore off the ocean entirely, their lives bound to land after one night of contact. Others were not so fortunate. Boats vanish without storm or struggle, nets float up empty, and families are left staring at horizons that never give answers. Science may speak of whirlpools or undercurrents, but the ocean has a way of swallowing its truths, and sometimes those who reach too far into it are swallowed along with them. Compasses are not the only instruments that betray sailors in these regions. Radios cut into static, sometimes replaced by faint voices that echo in unknown languages. Transmission experts argue such signals drift from far-off vessels, bouncing across layers of atmosphere. But crews who hear them insist the voices do not come from the air. They rise from below. Murmurs bleed through the static, calm and steady, never frantic or panicked. Entire conversations seem to ripple upward, though no one aboard can ever identify a word. Some who hear them claim they feel a pressure in their chest, a heaviness that sinks deeper the longer they listen. Others describe coldness creeping across their skin, as though the sea itself reached through the hull to remind them where they floated. When the voices fade, silence grows unbearable. The water outside seems too still, too expectant. And when the first splash breaks that silence, no one dares to look overboard, fearing what might look back. Stories from naval archives describe training exercises disrupted in waters known for these disturbances. Crews documented sonar readings that showed walls, solid, immovable masses, stretching for miles. Yet, when divers were sent down, nothing appeared. The instruments drew landscapes that didn't exist, colossal shapes that shifted like mountains in motion. Analysts wrote it off as equipment malfunction, but the errors were too consistent, too detailed. Sonar displayed intricate ridges, even arch-like structures, as if something built stood there once and still lingered as an echo. To this day, some officers believe these were glimpses, not of physical obstacles, but of memories trapped in the sea, like photographs caught in liquid, replaying themselves again and again for those unlucky enough to pass through. Such ideas are dismissed, filed away as imagination. But deep down, even the officials could not explain why seasoned sailors trembled as their screens lit up with worlds that were never supposed to exist. Divers tell of entering these waters and losing sense of up or down. The moment they pass through the surface, light dims unnaturally fast, as if swallowed rather than absorbed. Their compasses spin, their bubbles scatter sideways instead of rising. Some divers surface miles from where they descended, unable to explain how currents moved them so far in so little time. Others never return at all, leaving only their gear washed ashore. And then there are those rare few who resurface gasping, whispering about sounds that followed them through the black. They speak of slow, deliberate pulses, thuds that matched no marine life they knew. The vibrations rattled through their bones, growing louder as though whatever made them was aware of the intruders. When asked what direction the sound came from, their answer is always the same: everywhere. The ocean became one body, alive and resonant, and it never let them forget it. Local myths often attach names to these regions, each one a warning hidden in story. Island tribes speak of waters that remember, places where ancestors were taken and never returned. Legends tell of entire canoes drifting into still seas, only to vanish under the gaze of something beneath. Children are warned not to swim there, not because of sharks or storms, but because the ocean hungers. Some describe it as a beast, others as a god, but always it is patient, waiting for those who enter carelessly. Strikingly, these myths overlap across oceans thousands of miles apart. Cultures that never shared a word describe the same sensations: silence, stillness, and the sense of being studied. Some historians argue these tales sprouted from the same root, an ancient memory of survival encoded in story. But those who still live near such waters insist the stories are not memory, they are warnings, and the ocean still listens for those who ignore them. When scientists attempt to measure these disturbances, the sea refuses cooperation. Instruments dropped into the depths return corroded faster than expected, as if something accelerates decay. Wires snap, cameras fail, and pressure-resistant casings implode under stresses far below their rated capacity. Researchers return with little more than broken equipment and unanswered questions. Those who do capture fragments of data describe flickers, shadows moving against no current, pulses of sound in frequencies unrecorded by marine life, and pressure changes that ripple with impossible speed. Every effort to study these waters seems cursed, as though the ocean itself erases its secrets, the moment humans attempt to capture them. Frustration grows, but so does superstition. Scientists who once scoffed at the sailors' tales now admit there is something here beyond explanation, something aware of being observed, and quick to silence anything that dares to expose it. A research vessel once anchored in such waters reported strange knocks reverberating against its hull. At first, the crew assumed drifting debris, but the rhythm was deliberate, echoing like a coded message. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause, then silence, stretching long enough for tension to fill every corner of the ship. When another knock finally came, it seemed closer, louder, as though rising from beneath the keel. Divers refused to investigate. The captain recorded the incident, though the official report later dismissed it as metal contraction against temperature changes. Yet the crew swore it continued through the night, sometimes so forceful the vessel shuddered. None slept. Some covered their ears. To this day, the log remains tucked in archives, marked unverified. But among sailors, the story spread quickly. The sea can speak when it chooses, and sometimes it speaks in ways no one wishes to understand. Not all who vanish in these waters disappear without witnesses. In rare cases, nearby ships report seeing their companions drift into haze that swallows them whole. From a distance, outlines blur, lights dim, and the vessel seems to slide into nothing. Crews watch helplessly, shouting across radios that return only static. The water around the vanishing ship remains calm, unbroken, as though it simply ceased to exist. Weeks later, lifeboats may wash ashore, battered and empty, sometimes not even that. Families left behind search for answers in Coast Guard reports that yield none. The explanation's always the same: malfunction, miscalculation, storm. But those who saw it with their own eyes know better. They describe it not as a sinking, not as a storm, but as an erasure. The ocean chooses, and when it does, no witness can ever forget the way it swallows what it desires. There are rare occasions when ships emerge from these regions, altered in ways no one can explain. Paint peels as if decades of salt had scoured it in days. Metal bends unnaturally, twisted along seams without impact or collision. Even the wood of lifeboats appears aged, splintering as though it had floated for centuries, not hours. Crew members stagger ashore with hair greyed, skin dry and cracked, as if they had been adrift for years. Yet their accounts insist only days had passed. Doctors search for explanations in dehydration, sun exposure, or mass hallucination. None match the evidence. Logbooks remain intact, showing no missing time, yet their faces betray it. They have seen something, endured something, beyond the flow of ordinary hours. They rarely speak, retreating into silence, refusing interviews, their eyes fixed on horizons as though the water still pulls at them. For those men and women, survival seems less like escape and more like release, temporary and fragile. And when the ocean decides to call them back, no one doubts it will find them again. Another layer of the mystery comes from sound itself. Hydrophones dropped into these waters record bursts of audio unlike any known marine creature. Some rise in pitch like whales, others pound like drums, each carrying a rhythm too intentional to be random. Analysts attempt comparisons to whales, but the ranges extend far beyond biology. The infamous bloop, once captured by equipment decades ago, is often cited, but in these zones bloops are not rare. They are constant, repeating, insistent. Crews forced to listen describe unease that grows into dread, as if the noises are not calls but warnings. In some recordings, faint harmonics weave beneath the main tones, almost like voices layered in chorus. When slowed, they resemble syllables, fragmented but deliberate. Scientists debate, dismiss, argue, but those who have heard them firsthand swear the ocean is not empty. Something speaks through its black corridors, and while we cannot understand the words, we know enough to fear the intent behind them. There are stories of survivors who drifted for days after encountering these waters, clinging to wreckage while their companions vanished below. They tell of shadows circling, not sharks, but vast outlines that blotted out what little light filtered through waves. No fin broke the surface, no splash betrayed pursuit. Yet the survivors insist something followed, patient and steady, for hours at a time. At night, glowing shapes drifted beneath them, sometimes blue, sometimes red, sometimes shifting between colors no language can capture. One survivor described it as eyes too large to belong to anything alive, fixed on him from below. Rescue came only at dawn, when a patrol ship spotted his broken raft. He never returned to the water, never again touched a shoreline. His last words in interviews were not warnings, but a quiet confession. It didn't want to eat me. It wanted me to know it was there. Among the most haunting accounts are those of fleets traveling together, where only one vessel emerges at the other side. Communication holds steady until suddenly it doesn't. Radios dropping into silence one ship at a time. Witnesses describe watching their sister ships fade into mist, outlines dissolving as though erased from reality. When they search the horizon, no debris floats, no smoke rises, the missing leave no sign. Survivors insist the sea itself consumed them, not by storm or wave, but by choice. Years later, echoes of these vanished ships sometimes appear in ghostly reports. Radar blips that match their signatures, distress calls broadcast long after their disappearance. Ships long written off as lost forever return, as static-filled whispers in the dark. For the few who intercept them, the experience lingers like a curse. If the sea can keep what it takes, it may also remember and replay their endings endlessly. And yet, even as all these accounts collect, the ocean gives nothing in return. No proof, no fragments of undeniable evidence, only stories bound together by fear. Still, these stories span centuries, cultures, and oceans, always echoing the same truths. Compasses fail, voices rise from the black, shadows move where nothing should exist, and ships vanish as though they never were. Scientists argue against patterns, dismissing them as coincidence, folklore, or the desperate minds of those who spend too long at sea. But silence has a way of pressing deeper questions into those who listen closely. What if these anomalies are not random? What if they are the first signs of something larger, something we have only brushed against, but never truly seen? If the sea does choose when to reveal itself, then perhaps these vanishing currents and haunted drifts are not accidents at all, but invitations to notice, and warnings to stay away. As the stories of drifting ships and vanishing fleets fade into whispers, the sea pulls us deeper still, into places untouched by sunlight. The surface may seem endless, but the true ocean lies hidden, miles below, where darkness reigns like an eternal night. Here, vast trenches carve wounds into the seafloor, canyons larger than any on land, stretching into blackness, where even machines falter. These are not empty hollows, they are graves, vaults, and cathedrals carved by forces older than memory. Explorers describe the pressure as a living weight, pressing not only against the body, but against thought itself, twisting the mind into fear. It is in these abyssal chasms that the strangest reports arise, sonar mapping walls that shift as if breathing, cameras capturing movements too large to classify, and currents that seem to guard the entrances to caverns no human eye has seen. If the drifting waters above are warnings, then these depths are the thresholds, leading somewhere we are not meant to follow, and yet we always do. Submersibles that attempt these descents often return broken. If they return at all, their lights flicker out, wires fray, and pressure holes groan as though hands pressed against them from outside. Pilots describe shadows that move against no current, forms too massive to be fish, gliding silently past their ports. Sometimes they speak of structures, arches, towers, and ridges laid out in patterns that should not exist in nature. One man swore he saw stairs descending into blackness, too evenly spaced to be chance, vanishing into the void below. His footage showed nothing but static, yet his eyes never lost the haunted look of one who had glimpsed something meant to stay hidden. The seafloor is supposed to be barren, shaped only by geology, yet these accounts insist otherwise. They suggest construction, intention, and perhaps a civilization long erased from land, surviving still in places we cannot breathe. Whispers of drowned cities have echoed for centuries, dismissed as myth. But in certain trenches, explorers have brought back tales of walls rising from the silt, of columns stretching upward before crumbling into ruins at the touch of a passing current. Divers tell of carvings, grooves etched into stone, spirals and symbols that mirror no known culture. Skeptics argue these are tricks of light, patterns carved by shifting water and sediment. Yet there are too many details, repeating motifs, angular formations and chambers that appear deliberately arranged. Some researchers speculate about civilizations lost to rising seas, but the scale of these structures defies imagination. They are not the remnants of villages. They are labyrinths stretching for miles, halls vast enough to swallow ships, and always there is the feeling that they are not entirely abandoned. Strange lights shimmer in the distance, flickering as though lanterns still burn in those forgotten corridors. When divers attempt to approach, the waters grow colder, currents pull harder, and their instruments falter. It is as if the sea itself defends its secrets. There are accounts of strange tunnels yawning open beneath these ruins, gateways into chambers deeper than the trenches themselves, submersibles that dare to explore them, report sudden static, flickers of light, and crushing currents that drag them downward, as though something breathes within. One machine captured a fragment of footage before being lost, a stone doorway half buried in silt, its edges lined with what looked like carvings of faces, elongated, distorted, staring outward with hollow eyes. The recording ended abruptly as the submersible's hull imploded under pressure, though experts later confirmed it was far above its breaking depth. Survivors of nearby vessels swore they felt a vibration ripple through the water at the moment it was destroyed, like a deep bell tolling across the sea floor. These tunnels are never still. They exhale cold water in pulses, as though lungs breathe behind them, and those who venture too close often vanish into silence, their last words carried upward through distorted radio static that sounds less like speech and more like screams. Scientists who dismiss ruins and tunnels cannot explain the sounds. Hydrophones lowered into these areas capture moans and pulses, not the organic songs of whales, but resonances that echo like machinery. Some recordings carry rhythm, repeating with such precision they resemble engines grinding in darkness. Others rise and fall in mournful waves, more like choirs than machines. The strangest among them was captured by a research team anchored above a trench, a steady pounding, 4 beats at a time, like footsteps echoing on stone. It repeated for hours, unchanging, until it ceased without warning. The team later swore their vessel shifted with each beat, as though the ground beneath the ocean trembled in rhythm. Geologists suggest tectonic activity, but the patterns are too deliberate, too symmetrical. For those who have heard them, the explanation is simpler and far more terrifying. Something vast moves in those depths, and its footsteps still carry upward through the dark. Divers who attempt to map these ruins often return with stories that sound like nightmares. They describe corridors, narrowing into passages too small for modern machines, walls slick with growths that pulse faintly, as though alive. Some claim they heard water rushing in patterns, flowing like voices speaking in unison. Others tell of shapes drifting through doorways, forms humanoid yet elongated, moving with unnatural grace. Their eyes catch glimmers of light reflected on surfaces too smooth to be stone, as if metal lies hidden beneath centuries of silt. In one harrowing account, a diver cut his tether in panic, after swearing he saw a figure standing upright on the seafloor, unmoving, watching. His body was later recovered, lungs flooded, mask shattered. The expression on his face was not fear but awe, as if in his final moment he had witnessed something sacred, or something that had claimed him entirely. Locals near these regions often tell of lights rising from the ocean at night, glowing spheres that drift upward before vanishing into the air. Fishermen who witness them refuse to sail for days afterward, believing them to be souls released from the trenches below. Some modern observers suggest bioluminescent creatures, or natural gas ignitions. Yet the lights are far too controlled. They hover, shift in formation, and sometimes descend again, slipping back beneath the waves as though returning home. Witnesses describe feelings of deep sorrow while watching them, an aching weight pressing on the chest. It is as though the lights carry memory, fragments of voices or faces long lost, calling upward for acknowledgement. When they vanish, the sea returns to silence, leaving those on the surface shaken, certain they glimpsed not life but remnants of something long buried, something that still refuses to rest. The trenches are not always still. There are sudden quakes that shake the seabed, yet no tectonic faults exist nearby. Ships anchored above report, violent swells without storms, as though the ocean itself shuddered. Some believe these are collapses within the tunnels, caverns caving in under their impossible size. Yet survivors tell another story. They claim the quakes feel less like collapse and more like movement, vast, shifting weight stirring below. Instruments confirm pressure changes rising upward, as though something vast has displaced the water. In rare cases, divers have described seeing clouds of silt erupting from cavern mouths, swirling upward like smoke. Within those clouds, shadows twist, too large to be fish, too fast to be rock. The ocean trembles in those moments, but when silence returns, it is heavier than before. The impression left behind is undeniable. Something lives in those depths, and sometimes it stirs in its sleep. One of the most unsettling discoveries comes not from ruins or shadows, but from the very geology of the trenches themselves. Rock samples, lifted from their edges, are fractured in ways that make no sense, as if bent and twisted by heat far greater than volcanic activity. Yet no volcanic vents exist nearby. Some stones appear melted, their surfaces smooth and glass-like, while others are scored with grooves running parallel, like claw marks stretching for meters. Scientists insist it must be tectonic stress, yet the patterns are too deliberate, too violent. One recovered piece bore indentations resembling symbols, lines intersecting in shapes that looked almost like letters. The fragment was locked away in a university archive, only to vanish within weeks, its existence scrubbed from records. Those who studied it claim it hummed faintly, even outside the lab, vibrating in a rhythm too precise to be coincidence. If the sea floor carries scars, then something immense must have left them, and it may still be there, marking its territory in silence. Submersibles have occasionally reported drifting into chambers, so vast they resemble underwater cathedrals. The walls stretch upward beyond light, while the seafloor disappears into pits that drop into blackness. Some of these caverns are lined with what appears to be rib-like ridges, curving along the stone as though the space were not natural at all, but the skeleton of something ancient. Pilots describe overwhelming dread in these places, an instinctive urge to flee even before their instruments begin to fail. In one account, lights illuminated a massive arch rising from the ground, its surface carved with deep spirals that seemed to pulse in the shadows. The footage captured nothing but static, yet the pilot swore the carvings shifted as he watched, curling like serpents along the stone. He surfaced days later, unable to explain why his dive timer showed minutes while he insisted hours had passed. The cavern had swallowed not only his sense of place but his sense of time, and he never set foot in a submersible again. There are places in these depths where the water itself seems alive, moving with purpose, beyond current or tide. Divers describe streams of bubbles rising against gravity, drifting downward instead of up, vanishing into cracks in the stone. The temperature shifts without reason, dropping so suddenly that ice forms along metal hulls even in temperate waters. One expedition reported a current that carried them in circles for nearly an hour, their propellers straining at full power without breaking free. Instruments showed they had not moved at all, as if the sea itself had locked them in place. When they finally escaped, the water grew still in an instant, leaving behind silence so absolute it felt like absence. Survivors described it as stepping outside reality, where the ocean did not behave like water, but like something sentient, drawing them in, holding them close, and then inexplicably letting them go. The experience marked them all, not with scars but with silence, for none of them spoke of it again once they reached land. The most haunting tales emerge from those few who claim to have entered the trenches' tunnels and returned alive. They speak of walls that seem to move when unobserved, narrowing behind them, closing, as if the sea itself intended to trap them. In the dark they heard scraping sounds, like nails dragging along stone, echoing louder the deeper they went. One diver swore he saw shapes crawling along the walls, elongated forms that flattened themselves to vanish when the light turned. His partner never returned, though his tether was found shredded cleanly, not snapped. Those who survive such descents are never the same. They sleep fitfully, waking, gasping as though drowning, claiming they can still feel the weight of unseen hands pressing against them. Doctors call it trauma, but the divers themselves whisper another explanation, that they were marked, chosen, and that one day, the tunnels will call them back. The sea does not forget. Some believe the trenches are not merely geological but gateways, thresholds into spaces beyond the physical world. Strange electromagnetic anomalies surround them, scrambling compasses, disrupting satellites, even blacking out power grids in rare cases. Witnesses aboard nearby vessels report lights flashing in patterns across the water's surface, ripples forming concentric rings that expand endlessly before vanishing. Survivors tell of moments when the sea seemed to split, revealing brief glimpses of vast landscapes below, forests of stone, towers glimmering with faint luminescence, figures moving in the distance. These visions last seconds before collapsing back into ordinary water, leaving nothing but pounding hearts and shattered certainty. Are these hallucinations brought on by pressure and fear, or are they glimpses into another realm, a dimension the ocean guards jealously? Whatever they are, those who have seen them never doubt their reality. They know they were given a warning, or perhaps an invitation, from the abyss itself. As explorers push technology further, drones now enter places no human body can endure. Yet even machines falter. Cameras freeze on frames, showing shadows too large to fit in the tunnels, shapes that glide just out of focus. One drone recorded what looked like a handprint, pressed against the lens from inside, 5 elongated fingers stretching across its surface, before the feed cut to black. Engineers later found the machine crushed flat, though it was recovered from depths well within its limits. Another drone captured a single image of what appeared to be carvings along a stone wall, symbols glowing faintly, as if lit from beneath. Experts dismissed it as a malfunction, light distortion. But those who reviewed the image swore they saw movement in the glow, patterns shifting, rearranging themselves as though the wall itself were alive. The ocean does not reveal its secrets easily, and sometimes what it shows is not meant to be seen at all. And so the trenches remain, as they always have, vast, silent, and waiting. They hold wrecks that should have been found, voices that should not exist, and ruins that defy explanation. Sailors call them cursed, scientists call them puzzles, and survivors call them nightmares. But all agree on one truth: nothing returns from them unchanged. To stand at the edge of such a chasm is to stare into eternity, into a darkness that is not empty but full of weight, memory, and intent. If the drifting seas above whispered warnings, then the trenches shout them with silence, daring us to descend further. And though every instinct tells us to turn back, curiosity drives us forward still. For in that endless black, where time folds and walls breathe, something ancient waits with patience beyond measure, and it has been waiting far longer than we have been watching. Beyond the trenches lies a realm even less understood, the buried caverns that lace the seabed like veins. These are not carved by tectonic plates or volcanic flows, but by forces no one has ever explained. Submersibles that dare to enter describe entrances so immense they dwarf the vessels, circular openings yawning into darkness as if something had bitten through the rock. Within, the walls glisten not with stone but with mineral formations that pulse faintly in the light, almost organic in their rhythm. Some explorers compare them to arteries, leading deeper into a body that is not of this world. Others describe them as tombs, echoing with sounds no recording ever captures. One pilot swore he heard the steady beat of something vast and living, thudding slowly through the stone, a rhythm that pressed into his chest. His footage showed only silence, yet when he surfaced, his heartbeat matched the same dreadful cadence. Expeditions often return with fragments that should not exist. Shards of black stone etched with perfect angles, unweathered by time or current, as if freshly carved. One such piece bore an intricate spiral cut into its face, so precise it seemed machined. Under laboratory examination, the material resisted all attempts at drilling, burning, or fracturing. It hummed faintly when submerged in salt water, vibrating at a pitch too low to be natural. The researchers who handled it began reporting nightmares, visions of endless corridors, ceilings dripping with black water, and doors sealed tight against pounding from the other side. Within months, the fragment disappeared, its absence explained as a cataloguing error. Those who worked with it refused to speak further, claiming they had already revealed too much. And so the mystery remains: who carved these stones, and why are their remnants buried in places no human should have ever reached? Some divers whisper of statues scattered across the seafloor, half buried in silt, their faces distorted by erosion, yet undeniably deliberate. One described a figure, with arms outstretched, hands reaching upward as though begging for release. Another spoke of a colossal head lying broken, its eyes hollow but still watching. Attempts to document these monuments often fail, cameras shorting out or returning only static. The rare photographs that do exist are grainy, blurred, their details lost in shadow. Scholars dismiss them as misinterpretations of natural rock formations, but for those who have seen them with their own eyes, the truth is unmistakable. They are not accidents of nature. They are remnants of something ancient, something that carved its mark deep below where light cannot touch. And the strangest part is not their existence, but their arrangement. Each one faces upward, toward the surface, as though they still remember a world they were cast away from. There are stories of chambers so vast, they feel infinite, their ceilings lost in blackness. Submersibles that drift inside describe a silence unlike any other, one that smothers every sound as though the water itself absorbs it. Lights illuminate only fragments, pillars stretching skyward, arches curving into shadows, and in some places, carvings resembling doors sealed shut. Pilots report unease, the sense that they are intruding in a place meant for ritual, not discovery. One vessel recorded strange echoes, 3 knocks, repeating at intervals, bouncing back from no discernible wall. The rhythm grew louder the longer they remained, until the entire hull rattled, as though something immense moved just beyond the glow of their lamps. When they fled, their instruments failed in unison, plunging them into darkness, until they finally breached the surface hours later. The ocean gave them back reluctantly, and though they lived, their voices trembled, as if they had carried something back that refused to leave them. And then there are the lights, strange orbs drifting in the caverns, not rising like bubbles, but hovering, swaying as though tethered to unseen roots. Divers who follow them describe paths winding into depths they never meant to enter, as though lured deeper by a will not their own. Some lights vanish suddenly, leaving explorers disoriented in pitch black. Others split into dozens of smaller glimmers, surrounding divers in patterns that pulse like constellations beneath the sea. Scientists argue bioluminescence, yet the movement defies biology. The lights form shapes, spirals, even figures that seem to mimic the divers themselves. One man swore a cluster of lights formed a mirror image of him, drifting forward with arms outstretched, until it dissolved into darkness. When he returned, he refused to dive again, convinced the lights were not life, but memory, echoes of something that had studied him, and chosen to show him only what it wished. Those who wander into the deepest caverns often report an overwhelming sense of distortion, not simply of space, but of time itself. Divers emerge, claiming they were below for minutes, only to find hours have passed on the surface. Others insist they felt entire nights dragging on in the darkness, yet resurfaced to find their watches showed less than an hour. One submersible's pilot described seeing his own lights curve ahead of him, bending as though refracted by water that behaved differently than physics allowed. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, detached from their sources, moving seconds after the vessels did, as though lagging behind reality itself. When researchers reviewed the logs, nothing unusual appeared, no missing time, no distortion. Yet the crew could not shake the certainty that something had toyed with their perception, showing them a world parallel to the one their machines recorded. It is in these fractures, these dissonant spaces, that the ocean reveals how little we understand, and perhaps how much it enjoys keeping us lost inside its grasp. Some of the strangest evidence lies not in photographs or samples, but in human minds. Survivors of abyssal descents describe dreams that persist long after their dives, always of corridors flooded in black water. In these dreams they walk rather than swim, breathing as though air surrounds them, yet unable to escape the pull of unseen tides. Doors line the halls, sealed shut, but pounding echoes from behind them, as though something struggles to break free. One survivor confessed that, in his dreams, he sometimes reached out and touched the doors, feeling the wood flex under his hands. He woke drenched in seawater, though he had never left his bed. Psychologists call it trauma, the brain replaying fears in sleep, but the divers themselves are not convinced. Many refuse to return to the ocean, convinced that what they saw or what saw them follows them back through sleep, waiting for another chance to drag them below. On rare occasions, the ocean does not hide its truths, but forces them to the surface. Entire shorelines have been shaken awake by sounds from below, low, resonant booms that roll across the waves, like thunder from the deep. Instruments record them, but their origins defy explanation. Once a small village reported hearing a rising wail across the bay at midnight, loud enough to rattle windows. Fishermen rushed to the shore, expecting a storm, but the night remained still. In the water, faint lights shimmered just beneath the surface, moving in arcs that traced across the bay like handwriting in liquid. The sounds grew louder, pulsing in rhythm with the lights, until both ceased at once, vanishing into silence. The next morning, several boats anchored in the bay were gone, their lines still tied, their decks empty. No wreckage was found, only the impressions of weight pressing deep into the sand where they had once floated. There are darker tales still, ones that seep through folklore and into whispered confessions. Some divers claim that in the deepest caverns, they have seen human shapes walking along the sea floor, not swimming, not floating, but walking with steady steps. Their movements deliberate, their limbs too long to be natural. Helmets of no known design cover their heads, yet faint glimmers of light shine where eyes should be. When divers attempt to approach, these figures vanish into cracks in the stone, slipping through gaps too narrow for any living thing to enter. On rare occasions, they turn and look directly at the intruders. Survivors insist the water itself grew colder in that instant, their lungs tightening as though unseen hands pressed against their chests. No footage captures them, no machine confirms their presence, but the survivors do not doubt. They speak of the figures as custodians of the deep, guardians of something vast, ensuring no one ventures where they are not welcome. The weight of the ocean is not always hostile. At times it seduces, luring explorers deeper with promises of discovery. Strange whispers drift through hydrophones, so faint they are almost words, coaxing crews to descend further. Pilots describe feelings of calm, even as their instruments fail, their fear dissolving into an almost religious awe. Some believe these sensations are protective, hallucinations crafted by the brain to mask terror. Others argue they are external, a force pressing into the mind, urging compliance. One diver recounted hearing his own name spoken in the dark, the voice clear, familiar, and soft. He followed it down a corridor until his tether snapped tight, saving him from drifting further. When he surfaced, he swore it was the voice of his late brother, calling him home. His companions dismissed it as grief, but he insisted the voice was not memory, it was alive. It knew him, and it wanted him to follow. The deeper caverns do not always remain silent. There are moments when explorers report a chorus rising from the walls themselves, low harmonic vibrations that hum through the stone, as though the very earth is singing. These tones do not match any natural frequency known in geology or marine life. Instead, they layer together like voices, harmonizing in ways both beautiful and terrible. Submersible crews describe the sound as filling their bones, reverberating inside their skulls until thought itself feels drowned. One pilot claimed he could hear words forming inside the hum, syllables repeated again and again, though he could not understand them. Another swore the tones carried emotion, sorrow in some, rage in others. Instruments record only static during these events, but the crew's return changed, hollow-eyed, refusing to sleep for days. When they finally close their eyes, they wake screaming, convinced the chorus has followed them ashore, still calling from the depths, demanding they return. Not all encounters end with escape. There are stories of divers who vanish inside these labyrinths. Their bodies never recovered, yet in the weeks that follow, strange evidence surfaces. Equipment belonging to the lost appears on distant shores, barnacle-covered but intact, as though it had drifted for centuries. Helmets are found crushed inward, as if squeezed by an invisible hand, though their materials should withstand far greater pressure. In one harrowing case, a wetsuit was discovered, lying neatly on the beach, empty but unbroken, as though its wearer had evaporated. The most chilling detail, the suit was still warm when found. Investigators dismiss these as fabrications, but families of the missing know otherwise. They speak of phone calls in the night, static-filled connections where faint breathing echoes on the line. No words are spoken, yet the implication is clear. Those who vanish in the caverns are not gone. They are changed, transformed into something the ocean keeps for itself. Some explorers claim the caverns are not natural at all, but the remnants of structures built for purposes beyond comprehension. There are accounts of vast halls with ceilings so smooth they gleam like polished marble, despite lying thousands of feet beneath crushing seas. In these spaces, objects rest that no one dares to classify, monoliths rising from the floor, their surfaces etched with spirals that seem to shift when observed. One crew described a massive stone table, wide enough to hold dozens of men, carved with grooves that channeled upward into drains leading into the floor. They dared not speculate what it had been used for. Another submersible reported a staircase cut directly into the rock, descending further than its lights could penetrate, each step worn as if by centuries of passage. Were these the works of a forgotten civilization, or something that never walked on land at all? No one who has seen them sleeps soundly afterward. For if they are real, then something vast once lived where no human hand should ever have reached. There are moments when the caverns themselves seem to awaken. Entire expeditions have reported sudden surges of current blasting upward from their depths, powerful enough to hurl submersibles back toward the surface. These bursts carry more than water. They drag with them fragments of stone, shattered shells, and in some cases, bones. Scientists argue these are remnants of whales or other marine life lost to the deep, yet the bones are often humanoid, elongated, twisted into shapes that should not exist. One team brought back a fragment of skull, its features stretched, its eye sockets too large, its jaw sharpened into a cruel curve. The artifact vanished before it could be properly studied, though rumors claim it was seized by authorities, who wanted its existence buried. Witnesses insist it was not animal, not human, but something in between. And if the caverns exhale such remnants, what else might lie waiting inside, sealed away from time until the sea decides to give it back? And still, explorers return. Curiosity drives them back into the black corridors, even as fear gnaws at their resolve. Each descent carries the same unanswered question. Are these caverns empty ruins, or living places that watch intruders with cold intent? Survivors often describe the same sensation, an awareness as though every movement, every breath, is being observed from just beyond the light. Some say it feels like trespassing in a temple, one still guarded by priests whose bodies dissolved long ago, but whose presence lingers. Others insist it is worse, not a temple, but a prison, holding something that should never be freed. As Section 1 showed us the drifting seas, and Section 2 dragged us into the trenches, these caverns remind us that the ocean is not only vast, but purposeful. It holds not emptiness, but memory, not silence but intention. And with every story told, the truth grows harder to ignore. The deep is alive, and we have barely stepped into its first hallway. Currents that once only hinted at intention now move with choreography, guiding steel and nerve toward a single, lightless mouth in the seafloor. The sonar returns are not clean, they ripple like cloth in a slow wind, as if the rock itself is swaying a fraction of a degree with each pulse. Hydrophones lift a distant thudding that feels more like a heartbeat than a noise, a patient cadence that the crew tries to convince themselves is geological. Silt blooms in soft explosions and then retreats, as though something inside inhales the ocean and exhales it again through 1,000 unseen vents. The descent lights push a thin cone into blackness and meet a forest of pillars rising from the floor, basalt at first glance, until the beams slide along edges too precise for eruption, angles too regular for accident. Between the pillars lie ruts like wheel tracks or ritual paths filled not with sediment but with something darker than dark, a sheen that eats the light and returns nothing. Instruments swear the corridor ahead is open, but every living sense disagrees. The way an empty church can still be crowded if nothing inside has chosen to leave. What waits beyond the pillars does not reveal itself quickly. Compasses do not spin, they hesitate. Not lost, but undecided, nudging east, reconsidering, and easing west, as if answering a question no one aboard can hear. A tethered drop camera drifts forward, and the cable hums with an almost musical tension, a string held between unseen fingers. When the camera clears the pillars, the corridor narrows into a throat of stone smoothed to a dull gloss, its curve so true it might have been carved by patience rather than tools. Scratches score the surface in long parallel strides, shallow enough to be incidental until they converge around recessed niches like ribs set too close together. Something once fit those recesses, something was removed. Along the lip of the throat, the water grows colder and thicker, and the hull complains in a register the human ear does not catch so much as feel, teeth on edge, nails in the molar roots, the body remembering pressures it has never known. The helmsman trims thrusters by touch because screens now melt updates into each other, numbers blurring, seconds elongating or snapping short as if time itself is deciding whether to proceed in a straight line. And still the corridor invites them on with the patience of old stone that has already measured them, weighed their questions, and found them readily soluble. The throat constricts and widens in slow breaths, not truly moving yet convincing every nerve that motion is happening somewhere, just outside the beam. Bubbles do not rise, they slide sideways, and then circle their origin like moths, unable to remember flame. A faint fluorescence begins at the edges of the view. No dramatic glow, just a smear of milk light arranged in hairline fissures that cross the wall in a web. At junctions in the web, the lines flare slightly brighter, the way a constellation anchors itself in an otherwise indifferent sky, and those flares are not random. They form repeating sets that almost agree with each other, like symbols that have learned to share space with geology. A second camera confirms nothing, while the pilot's eyes confirm everything. The pattern is language, or an imitation of it, not etched but grown, mineral accreting along a grammar that remembers how to be read. The water presses closer, not heavier, but nearer, as if the ocean has set its forehead to the glass, and is waiting to see whether the faces inside will blink. Far ahead, a shape stands in the passage, too even to be natural, too undecided to be a door left open or shut. The slab leans within a frame cut into the corridor, one edge ajar enough for a thinner darkness to leak through. That darkness is colder than the room surrounding it. It slides along the deck and fogs the lens on the inside surface before finally evaporating, leaving a smear that refuses to wipe clean. When the vessel noses closer, the slab seems to pivot a fraction against a hinge no longer present, and in the slit revealed, lights flicker in pairs, and then triple, not as bioluminescent creatures, but as points on a map of a chamber that will not yet name itself. The cadence thudding on the hydrophones deepens, falls below hearing, and becomes a feeling in bones, an arrangement of weight and patience that reads like invitation and command at once. The helmsman is speaking calmly without realizing his voice has dipped into a whispering register used in places where any loudness would be an insult. He asks for a power check, and the numbers arrive obediently, unchanged, trustworthy, which unsettles more than failure would, because it suggests the place has chosen not to interrupt but to accompany. When the nose breaches the slit, antennae tick with static that tastes of iron, the mineral web to either side brightens a breath, and the corridor surrenders them into a vault so large that even terror must first learn where to stand. The vault swallows light as a courtesy, gently and completely, leaving enough for the mind to arrange what it can tolerate. The floor is not flat, it is tessellated in plates the size of doors, each plate floating a hair above the next, each seam a channel that slopes toward holes that look like drains, until the eye refuses that domestic word. Columns rise at intervals, not matching any architecture taught on land, some clustered as families, others solitary and defiant, all of them grooved where touch would go if touch had ever been permitted. On one long elevated dais stands a mass that wishes not to be called an altar, and yet cannot prevent the association, a table of stone with a shallow fall toward the same kind of drain, lip curled in a way that keeps liquid from stringing outside it. The grooves are not violent, they are careful. At the far end of the dais, half sunk in silt, reclines a block whose face bears spirals so deeply cut that the grooves are valleys, and valleys hold silt, and the silt holds something like shimmer the way oil holds color. Every time the beam returns, the spirals are not where they were, not as if they moved, but as if the memory of them is correcting itself against a pattern larger than human recall. Sound begins at the edges of hearing. It is not singing, not machinery, not water moving, but the part of all three that the body recognizes before the mind does. The whole vibrates in sympathy, and then in dissonance, and then in surrender, letting the vault decide the frequency at which fear will be most articulate. Somewhere high in the darkness, an echo returns that the microphone cannot account for. No wall there, no ceiling noted, yet the echo comes back clean, like a hand clapped once. In that answer, shapes detach from the columns and slide along them, not creatures, not shadows, but differences in blackness that obey angles like limbs in prayer. They are present until the light looks, and then the columns are only columns again. The pilot raises a hand toward the glass without knowing why, and every camera sees the same thing. 5 elongated impressions missed across the inside of the viewport, spaced too far apart for human anatomy, each print a degree colder than the surrounding pane, each vanishing, in order from thumb to smallest finger, as if the touch is being withdrawn with regulated reluctance. Those in the vault who have come to watch do not wish spectacle, they wish record, they wish recognition, they wish the acknowledgement that they and the stone and the water are the same page in a book being read by something that has lived inside punctuation for errors. The decision to leave is not made, it happens. Thrusters answer before command, pivots align without argument, and the craft turns its back on the dais with the courtesy one employs when exiting a room where the host is older than time. The vault answers, not with rage, but with weather. Currents begin with the texture of silk and take on the density of ropes, pulling first at instruments, and then at intention. Silt lifts in veils, and then in worlds, entire continents of memory shaking themselves loose and rising into a private storm. In that storm the lights find bones that are not bones, rings that are not geological, lengths of metallic lattice that once taught stones to carry messages and may still be whispering them. The hull records impacts that do not bruise, every hit a reminder, rather than a strike, a series of taps that reorders blood into the cadence, first heard at the corridor mouth. The corridor itself brightens, as if the mineral alphabet has been asked to speak up, so that children in the back can hear. The slab door sighs a handspan closer to closed, and then grants passage, a politeness that reads like a promise that the grace will not be repeated. Beyond the throat, The pillar forest receives the craft with a restraint that feels like benediction. The pillars seem taller now, closer, their ruts less like paths than like choices marked on a surface that will reconfigure itself as needed, once the visitor is gone. The hydrophones pick up one last returning knock. 3 beats, pause 2, pause 1, and then the channel clears as completely as if a switch had been thrown. At the surface, hours have layered themselves over minutes in patterns that cannot be explained by drift. Paint flakes from railings, where salt has no right to have eaten so far so fast. Rubber seals remember a decade, they did not live. A shoulder seam in a pressure suit has stretched and whitened like scar tissue. No one has greyed outright. No one has emerged ancient. But every face carries the tightness of those who have returned from a room they cannot tell anyone about, without making the air feel wrong. When night draws across the deck, the ocean comes nearer without moving. The hull receives a sequence of knocks too precise to ignore, and too calm to classify as threat. 3, pause, 2, pause, 1. The crew sleeps in shifts and pretends the pattern will not repeat. And it does repeat, and then it changes subtly, migrating toward a rhythm that sounds like names said without vowels. What followed above? The drift that began in open water, the erasures in fair weather, the walls that breathed, the statues that faced upward, the web of mineral grammar, the table that denied its own implication, has not ended simply because daylight stands on the surface. The passage is still open, whether the stone slab chooses to admit it or not, and the vault remains patient, because patience is the language the deep speaks best. Instruments can be repaired, paint can be reapplied, voices take longer to settle. When quiet finally comes, it is not empty, it is full of choices the sea has already made. Somewhere below, the plates will shift a width of a whisper to close and then open again, exactly as much as necessary for what belongs inside to stay inside, and for what has been marked to remember the way back without a chart. Silence after the vault is never true. Silence, it lingers like a residue, a film that clings to the edges of perception, long after the submersible surfaces. Days pass, but the crew insists they still hear it. Not sound exactly, but pressure, the weight of a hum beneath thought. It threads through dreams, vibrating in the bones of sleep, until waking no longer feels separate from drowning. And then, inevitably, curiosity triumphs over fear. Another descent is prepared, because humanity has never known how to leave doors unopened. This time the sea does not resist. The currents guide instead of push, sliding along the hull with a gentleness that unnerves more than any storm. Instruments remain steady, too steady, as though the ocean has decided to grant permission, to grant clarity, to show what it wished hidden before. The path leads away from the vault, and into a gorge narrower than the rest. Walls pressed close enough that lights ricochet in dizzying patterns, doubling shadows until the cabin feels crowded. Crew members murmur in low voices, swearing they see shapes in the glass, not reflections, but faces just beyond, watching from the dark with a patience that feels deliberate. The gorge deepens into a chamber that breathes. There is no other word for it. The walls expand, contract, subtle but undeniable, stirring silt in pulses that match no current, no tide, no quake. As the vessel drifts inward, pressure surges, and drops like inhalations. One crew member, clutching his chest, insists his heartbeat is no longer his own, that it is sinking with something larger, slower, more patient. When the doctor checks his vitals, the monitor shows no irregularity, yet the man swears he feels it. Another rhythm overriding his own, like a parasite wrapping around the pulse of his veins. And then the light strikes something impossible. The chamber walls are not bare stone, but lined with rib-like arches that curve upward, each the size of towers, each grooved with patterns that shimmer faintly, as though light seeps through from another side. At first they resemble geological striations, then the realization arrives, thick and unwelcome. They are not rock at all, they are bone. The chamber is not a cavern, not a hollow carved by tectonics. It is the interior of something colossal, petrified yet not entirely dead. The discovery breaks over the crew in silence, each member refusing to speak it aloud, for naming it feels like a violation. The ribcage arches in perfect symmetry, stretching into the black, suggesting a body buried beneath mountains of water, a body larger than any concept of life has ever allowed. Between the ribs, shadows shift, not illusions this time, not tricks of silt or light, but deliberate motions, slow and graceful, moving along the curvature as though patrolling, shapes without clear edges, outlines that blur and reform, gliding between bone and darkness with the calm of creatures long accustomed to this place. One passes close to the viewport, and every light in the cabin sputters. In that half-second blackout, every crew member swears they felt it. Not saw, but felt. Something pressing its attention against them, like an eye, brushing the skin, choosing which part of them to remember. When the lights recover, the chamber has changed. The arches glow faintly now, their grooves alive with phosphorescence, forming patterns that spiral outward, converging toward the floor of the cavern. And there at the convergence lies a pit, a void so absolute, the beams cannot penetrate it. The pit exhales a cold that fogs the glass from inside. Instruments report nothing, as though the space is not water at all but absence, a tear in the world where substance and light do not belong. The pit calls to them, wordless, patient, unrelenting. Every mind aboard feels it, the certainty that descent is no longer optional, it is required. No one speaks, no one needs to. The thrusters angle downward as though compelled, the vessel obeying an order never given aloud. The ribcage arches glow brighter in their spirals, guiding them toward the pit, and as they approach, the hum that lingered for days after the vault returns, louder now, vibrating not in ears or bones, but in memory itself, as if every thought they have ever carried is being catalogued, sorted, and prepared for something beyond comprehension. What waits inside the pit is not just deeper ocean, it is entry into something that has waited for centuries for another pulse, another breath, another trespass, and as the vessel crosses the threshold, the crew understand too late. They are no longer exploring the sea, they are inside it, inside something older than land, older than light, older than even silence itself. The pit accepts them without turbulence, as though the water itself has thinned into something gentler. Darkness folds around the vessel, swallowing the beams so quickly it feels as though the lights are being consumed rather than scattered. Within minutes, the crew loses all sense of scale. Instruments report depth beyond their rated capacity, yet the hull shows no stress. Pressure should crush them by now. Yet the vessel glides unbroken, descending further than physics should allow. This realization breeds unease more profound than fear. The sea is no longer resisting, it is permitting, and that permission feels worse than hostility. Within the void, movement is constant but never direct. The beams occasionally strike fragments drifting past, shards of stone carved with clean lines, slivers of material that glimmer like glass, and once something that looks disturbingly like vertebrae, spiraled and fused into patterns not belonging to any known anatomy. Each fragment seems to fall beside them at the same rate, keeping pace with the descent, as though they are not moving downward alone, but being carried within a current designed to show them pieces of history. The air inside the cabin tastes metallic, thick, and one crew member retches into his mask, swearing that every breath feels stolen from something else. And then, a glow, faint at first, smeared across the void like dawn behind clouds. But as the vessel lowers further it sharpens into points, hundreds, perhaps thousands, arranged in lattices across an unfathomable floor. They pulse in unison, not like fish or organisms, but like circuitry. The resemblance is undeniable, a network sprawling across the pit floor, veins of light stretching between nodes like blood vessels, or power grids. Each pulse moves with the rhythm of a colossal heartbeat, sinking again to the thudding hum they first felt in the vault. The crew realizes with sick clarity that they are not descending into an empty cavern. They are entering the nervous system of something larger than continents. The lattice expands endlessly, vanishing into black horizons. The closer they drift, the more the lights clarify into structures, towers of crystal or metal, impossible to distinguish, rising from the floor and branching like coral. Some shimmer with faint colors, spectral hues that shift in patterns, almost forming symbols. One tower pulses brighter than the others, and as the vessel nears it, their instruments spike, recording electromagnetic surges too powerful to belong to nature. Screens flash images too quickly to pass, spirals, faces, maps of stars that do not belong to any sky we know. Then, just as suddenly, the screens go blank. The silence after is unbearable. Every crew member feels the same impression, that the lights are not merely alive but aware, watching them in turn. And as the tower nearest them flares once more, brighter this time, the hum rises into the marrow of their bones, a vibration that feels less like sound and more like language. None of them understand it, yet every mind aboard absorbs its meaning all the same. You have been noticed. The lattice does not stay static. The lights shift, spiraling inward toward a central point far beyond visibility. It is not random movement, but coordination, a slow convergence, as though the network has begun to reorganize itself. Now that intruders have entered its domain, the vessel drifts along its edge, helpless to resist, every thruster straining without effect. The sea has ceased to be a medium, it has become intention, carrying them where it wants them. Crew members whisper prayers, curses, fragments of disbelief, but their voices sound thin, muffled, as though swallowed before leaving their mouths. Shapes emerge from the lattice floor. At first they resemble columns, crystalline and angular, rising on all sides. Then they begin to move. The columns sway with unnerving fluidity, bending toward the vessel as though sensing it. At their tips, lights bloom, small and round, glimmering like eyes opening in sequence. One column brushes against the hull with the delicacy of a hand tracing glass. The contact makes every monitor flicker, and every crew member convulse with sudden nausea. It is not pain, but intrusion, the feeling of a thought not your own sliding into your mind, and leaving a residue you cannot clean away. The captain orders retreat, but the thrusters refuse, grinding against invisible currents that hold them steady. The column withdraws, and for a moment it seems mercy has been granted. But then more columns rise, surrounding the vessel like bars in a cage. The eyes glow brighter, their lights aligning into patterns that flicker like signals. One engineer swears the pattern spells numbers, sequences too fast for human calculation, yet undeniably ordered. Another insists it is not numbers, but names, being called out one by one, though none can say whose names they are. Then the hum returns, stronger than before. This time it resonates inside their skulls, not their ears, until speech itself becomes impossible. Every word collapses into static, every thought stumbles under the weight of alien rhythm. And in that paralysis, the crew experiences a collective vision, a world swallowed by water, not earth, but something older, with towers rising from black seas and beings that walked not on land but along the floors of oceans, speaking through light and vibration. The vision lasts seconds, perhaps hours, but when it fades, the meaning it leaves behind is unbearable. This is not discovery, this is remembrance. The ocean is showing them what it has always contained, and it does so not as a gift, but as a reminder that humanity's presence here is not intrusion, it is repetition. The cage of columns withdraws, the vessel drifts again, pulled deeper into the spiral of lights. No one speaks, no one dares. The silence is not merely fear, it is obedience. At last the spiral reveals its heart. The lattice of lights converges into a single formation, a sphere so massive it dwarfs imagination. It hangs suspended in the center of the pit, a globe of pulsing brilliance veined with shadow, rotating slowly, as though alive. Its surface shifts between transparency and opacity, sometimes revealing glimpses of vast machinery inside, other times showing only endless black. Every pulse of its light shudders through the vessel, sinking with their breaths, their heartbeats. The sphere is no ruin, it is no relic, it is alive. The crew realizes this in silence, each one aware the others feel it too. The sphere is not merely watching, it is listening, cataloguing, weighing. And then, for the briefest moment, it answers. A low vibration sweeps through the chamber, shaking the vessel but not damaging it, passing instead through flesh and thought. Words form in none of their languages, yet meaning carves itself into their minds with surgical clarity. You are remembered. The lights flare, brighter than any sun, forcing eyes shut, yet impressions remain burned into their retinas. Spirals of cities drowned, civilizations lost, and oceans rising not as disasters, but as awakenings. The meaning is undeniable. The ocean is not Earth's prison of forgotten things. It is its memory, and memory is alive. When the lights fade, the vessel is already rising. Thrusters do not run, yet upward motion is inevitable. Controlled by currents that no longer pretend to be water, the pit releases them like an exhale. The lattice dims, the columns sink, and the sphere vanishes into distance, its heartbeat still thrumming in the marrow of every soul aboard. They surface days later. Time has folded in on itself. Supplies should be gone, yet none of them are hungry. Clocks show contradictions, and sunlight feels alien on their faces. They return with no proof, no samples, no images, only the same words whispered by every survivor, words that will never be published. The ocean remembers, and now it remembers us. Surface days mean little after the encounter with the sphere, but the crew insists they must return. It is not duty or curiosity now. It is compulsion. They feel its echo in their bones, in their dreams, in the irregular pounding of their hearts, all sinking to that rhythm they cannot escape. The ocean has marked them, and no land, no sunlight, no human comfort will erase the certainty that they belong again to the black corridors below. And so they descend, further than before, this time to another site whispered of, in old naval archives, a rift wide enough to split continents, where sonar reports showed not stone but something shifting, like walls breathing in slow rhythm. The rift is visible long before they reach it. A fissure opens in the seabed, not jagged but smooth, its edges lined with terraces like steps spiraling downward into a darkness that glows faintly with its own strange light. The crew watches in silence as the vessel angles toward it, the lights on their hull almost unnecessary, for the rift shines with an inner luminescence, pale green, trembling, as though alive. Some insist it resembles algae, others swear it pulses too deliberately, like veins glowing beneath skin. Whatever it is, it waits, wide enough to swallow entire fleets. Descending into the fissure feels different from the vault or the pit. The water is thicker here, resisting each stroke of the thrusters, clinging to the hull like oil. The sound is wrong too, no hum, no distant pounding, but a wet silence, the kind that fills ears and lungs even in open air. It presses until one crew member begins to bleed from his nose, his eyes watering, as though the silence itself is carving into him. Yet he refuses to leave his post. None of them could leave now. The walls of the rift curve inward, not as rock but as something fibrous, the surface streaked with ridges that run parallel for miles. At first they seem like geological striations. Then one of the engineers points out what no one wished to say aloud. They resemble muscle fibers, bundled, tensed, layered, like the anatomy of something vast and breathing. The realization seeps slowly, undeniable. They are not traveling through geology, they are moving through the architecture of a body. Lights strike movement ahead, shapes ripple across the ridges, shadows sliding like waves across flesh. At first they believe it is the current, then one shadow detaches, curling upward in deliberate arcs, glowing faintly at its edges. It twists back and forth, and the ridges themselves tremble in response, flexing as though the shadow's movement has commanded the very walls. The vessel shudders, instruments crash, the helmsman grips controls that no longer answer, and then the shadow slides across their bow, massive, slow, stretching beyond sight. Its body is not flesh, not fish, not even definably material. It is the absence of light given shape, moving with patience and confidence, as though the abyss has chosen to walk its halls. The crew does not speak, their mouths are dry, their throats closed. The silence deepens, swallowing every thought except one shared certainty. They have entered something alive. The rift is no geological accident. It is a wound, a mouth, or a passage into a body that is not dead, not entirely. And as the shadow disappears into the depth, leaving the ridges flexing in its wake, the crew understands the horror that science will never admit. The ocean is not merely alive in fragments, it may itself be a single organism, patient and eternal, and they have just crossed its threshold. The rift does not narrow as expected. Instead, it widens the deeper they go, opening into a canyon, vast enough to swallow mountains, its walls glowing faintly with that same fibrous luminescence. The ridges flex occasionally, never in rhythm, always at odd intervals, as though muscles twitching in dreams. The crew does not discuss it, but each knows the truth. This place is not a cave, not stone, but part of a body, so immense its scale cannot be comprehended. They are traveling not through geology, but through anatomy. Strange growths jut from the walls, resembling coral at first glance, though their proportions are grotesque. They writhe faintly in the current, retracting when lights strike them, then stretching out again when the beam passes. One engineer swears he sees rows of pores opening along their stalks, releasing streams of bubbles that spiral upward before vanishing into nothing. Another insists the growths are watching, their surfaces bristling with translucent nodules that shift to follow the vessel's movement. Nobody argues. Nobody wants to. Further down, the canyon floor reveals structures that should not exist. Monoliths of bone, taller than ships, arranged in careful circles. They are weathered yet symmetrical, their surfaces inscribed with markings that pulse with faint bioluminescence. When the submersible drifts closer, the symbols brighten, as though reacting to presence. The captain orders distance, but the thrusters groan uselessly, the current pushing them inward until the nose aligns with the center of the circle. And there, resting upon a rise of bone, lies a shape that halts every breath inside the cabin. It is a skull, not human, not animal, but vast beyond comparison, its eye sockets hollow caverns, its jaw fractured yet still heavy with serrated teeth. Time has worn it, yet the dimensions speak of a creature longer than cities, with a cranium shaped more like a temple than a head. The bone glows faintly, reacting to their lights, and then slowly, impossibly, the jaw shifts. Dust cascades into the water, bubbles rising from cracks in the teeth. For a moment it looks as though the skull has exhaled. The crew recoils, some cross themselves, others sit frozen, unable to process whether the movement was real or imagined. But before fear can settle, the skull groans, a low vibration rippling through the canyon. It is not alive, not truly. Yet something inside it still remembers. The sound shudders through the vessel, rattling bolts, vibrating bones, pressing into marrow. No one speaks, but in silence, each crew member hears the same thing. Not words, not language, but intent, an acknowledgement. The canyon walls flex again, harder this time. The ridges ripple outward, like shock waves. The vessel lurches, carried by currents that are not currents, pulled further into the abyss. The skull vanishes behind them, but its groan lingers, vibrating in their teeth and bones, promising that whatever it once was, it has not been forgotten. Something vast still claims it. Something vaster still waits ahead. The canyon floor descends further, guiding the vessel through a valley, where the walls swell outward and arch overhead, forming what feels less like a trench and more like the inside of a ribcage. Here, the glow strengthens, spilling from veins etched along the surface, veins that pulse faintly, as if carrying light instead of blood. The crew falls silent, each caught between awe and dread. Their eyes tell them they are inside a body, yet their minds resist, clinging desperately to the idea of stone. Still, denial falters as the evidence mounts. The valley floor is littered with shapes. At first they resemble boulders, then the lights reveal details. Spines, claws, rib fragments, bones piled in heaps like offerings. Some are fossilized, crumbling with age, others are fresh, stripped clean but intact, their marrow still intact within hollow shafts. And among them, a single carcass floats, tethered to the floor by strands of fibrous growths. It resembles no known species, a creature with 6 elongated limbs, its torso armored in plates that glisten faintly. Its head, or what remains of it, is cracked open, its interior hollow. The vessel drifts past it, and as the lights strike its cavity, something moves inside. A shadow. Small, quick, then another, then many. Creatures spill from the carcass, in a slow swarm. At first they resemble fish, then the details emerge. Their bodies are long and translucent. Their faces oddly humanoid. Their jaws sharp and thin. Eyes glimmer faintly. Too many for their heads. Arranged in patterns that suggest not vision, but awareness. They circle the vessel, their movements too coordinated to be natural. Their bodies drift without propulsion, sliding through water as though carried by thought alone. And when the first one presses close to the viewport, the crew sees its face clearly. It is not a fish, not a man, but something between. Its mouth opens, releasing no sound, but its eyes pulse with faint light, and then, as though on command, every creature around it pulses in unison, filling the water with a rhythm that mirrors the crew's heartbeats. Panic erupts in the cabin, each person clutching their chest as though their own rhythms are being rewritten. The creatures circle faster, closer, until their bodies blur into spirals of light around the hull, and then, just as suddenly, they vanish, streaking upward into cracks in the canyon walls. The crew gasps, recovering breath, but deep down, they know the truth. They were not attacked. They were measured. The valley narrows again into a tunnel that slopes downward, glowing brighter as it constricts. The ridges tighten, and the vessel scrapes against surfaces that feel less like rock and more like cartilage, soft enough to press but unyielding enough to bruise steel. The silence deepens into pressure. Silence deepens into pressure. Thoughts themselves feel heavy, dragged down, slowed. Crewmen slump in their chairs, eyes distant, their movements sluggish, as though time has thickened inside the tunnel. Then the tunnel opens, abruptly, into a chamber larger than anything they have yet seen. The walls stretch beyond sight, curving inward, like the inside of a hollow sphere. At the center hovers something indescribable. At first, it resembles a heart, vast, pulsating, suspended by strands of fibrous tissue stretching into the walls. Each contraction sends a ripple through the water, a pulse that shakes the vessel, sinks their breathing, their heartbeats, their very thoughts. But the longer they watch, the less it resembles a heart, and the more it becomes something else. An engine, a machine of flesh, driving not blood, but memory through every channel of the sea. Lights flicker across its surface, spirals and sigils that shift with each pulse, rewriting themselves faster than the human eye can follow. The crew stares in silence, their fear drowned in awe. They know without doubt that this is not a fragment of something larger. It is the core, the source, the ocean itself, alive, beating, ancient. The captain whispers the only words he will ever speak of it again. We are inside something that remembers itself, and then the heart pulses harder. The chamber trembles. The vessel begins to rise. They are not leaving, they are being expelled. The heart expelled them, but expulsion did not mean escape. Even as the vessel drifted upward, pulled by currents too deliberate to be natural, the crew realized they were not leaving the organism behind. It had marked them, woven them into its rhythm, and now the ocean itself seemed to bend around their presence. Waves shifted on the surface with patterns that mirrored the pulses of the chamber, and seagulls circling overhead wheeled in perfect spirals that matched the same unseen cadence. For a moment the crew thought they had returned to safety, but the ocean does not grant safety. It grants reprieve, a pause before the next revelation. The currents soon caught them again, tugging the vessel toward another fissure in the seabed, one previously unmapped. This opening was different from the others. It did not glow with veins or pulse with the rhythm of muscle. It gaped like a wound, jagged and raw, spilling clouds of dark sediment into the water. The descent here was not guided but forced, as though gravity itself had inverted, dragging them into the wound whether they willed it or not. Instruments screamed warnings of impossible depth, but the hull bore no stress. Instead, the pressure seemed to vanish, leaving only the uncanny sensation that the ocean had hollowed itself out to make room for their passage. The wound widened into a cavern whose ceiling arched so high the beams never touched it. Stalactite-like structures hung above, except these were not mineral. They twitched faintly in the currents, retracting when struck by light, then extending again when the vessel passed. Their surfaces rippled like skin, slick with mucus, and occasionally they dripped streams of black liquid that dispersed into the water like smoke. The drips were warm, steaming faintly, and the ocean around them tasted metallic, a bitterness the crew could sense even through filtered air. One engineer whispered that they weren't stalactites at all, but rows of fangs lining the ceiling of a mouth large enough to swallow nations. The cavern floor confirmed that impression. It was not stone but layered flesh, ridged and scarred, its surface scarlet beneath the silt. As the vessel scraped along it, streaks of fresh ichor seeped upward, curling in ribbons before dissolving. The water boiled faintly wherever the ichor touched it, as though reacting to a chemical more volatile than acid. Yet the hull remained intact. The ichor ignored metal, but the crew swore they felt its heat through their bones, a warmth that spread along their ribs and into their skulls. Some clutched their heads and screamed, convinced they heard voices calling within their blood, voices that knew their names. Further in, the cavern walls opened into recesses, alcoves shaped too deliberately to be chance. Each recess contained something. At first the crew mistook them for statues frozen in grotesque poses, but as the beams swept across, they saw details too precise for stone: skin stretched tight across skeletal frames, empty eye sockets staring upward, mouths open wide as though in endless scream. They were bodies, dozens of them, pressed into the alcoves as though grafted into the wall itself. Some were human, others were not. Elongated skulls, too many ribs, limbs bent at unnatural angles, fossils of things that had no right to exist on Earth, all embedded into the cavern walls like offerings or prisoners. And then, one of the bodies moved. At first it was only a twitch, fingers tightening, a jaw shifting, but the movement spread, rippling along the wall as though the entire alcove was waking from slumber. The crew froze, their lights locked onto a face that peeled slowly from the wall, stretching skin as though tearing free from a cocoon. The creature's eyes opened, not hollow sockets, but radiant orbs that burned with faint blue fire. Its mouth moved, but no sound came. Instead, the cavern itself groaned, the walls vibrating with the echo of its thought. Not words, but intent. You are inside the hunger. The vessel shuddered as the other bodies stirred, their eyes flaring one by one. The alcoves lit like a cathedral of corpses, every figure turning its gaze toward the intruders. The crew panicked, slamming controls, but the currents had already shifted. The vessel slid deeper, into the heart of the cavern, as though carried on the breath of the waking dead. And behind them, the alcoves began to close, sealing the creatures back into silence. But not before every crew member felt the unmistakable truth pressing into their minds. Those were not corpses, they were seeds, waiting, preserved until the ocean decided to let them bloom again. The vessel drifted further, carried not by engines, but by something deliberate in the current, something that held their weight, like a hand lowering a fragile object into a cradle. The cavern widened into a sphere, so immense the lights could not reach the far walls. Instead, faint pulses of bioluminescence revealed the boundaries, a horizon of vertical ridges that pulsed in rhythm, like lungs breathing, inhaling and exhaling tides. Each pulse stirred the vessel, rocking it with the cadence of a lullaby that felt less like comfort and more like a promise. The crew huddled in silence, each one privately wondering the same question: what if this was not a chamber at all, but a chest cavity? What if the organ they had seen before was only one of many? The floor beneath them was not still. It rippled in slow rolling waves, the surface flexing, as if muscles shifted below the skin. Along those ripples rose spires, some thin and sharp, others bulbous and swollen, all of them slick with glistening membranes. At first the spires seemed inert, then one split open down the center, peeling back in a soundless bloom, to reveal a hollow core filled with writhing tendrils. They waved languidly, each tipped with small luminous nodules that blinked like eyes. One tendril brushed the hull, leaving a smear of glowing residue that pulsed for a moment before fading. The hull sensors spiked, registering a surge of static and electrical interference. The crew scrambled to assess, but the captain's voice was distant, heavy. He sat at his console unmoving, eyes glazed. When his lieutenant shook him, he blinked once, twice and whispered. It showed me my father's face. His voice cracked. He was standing on the shore, calling me home. Before anyone could respond, another spire split open, and then another, until the cavern floor pulsed with blossoms. Tendrils swayed like fields of grass, each reaching toward the vessel, each leaving smears of luminous residue wherever they brushed. The residue did not fade this time. It spread, crawling across the hull in spirals, curling inward like writing. The crew watched helplessly as symbols formed on the exterior, glowing through the glass of their viewport, too precise to be random. Some swore they recognized them, spirals they had seen etched in bones, patterns that matched the mineral veins of the vault. Others whispered the unthinkable, that the ocean was marking them, inscribing them as part of its record, its archive of everything that had ever touched it. The tendrils withdrew, leaving the vessel glowing faintly with spirals. The cavern pulsed once, a deep inhalation, and the symbols on the hull pulsed in rhythm. The crew felt it in their bones, in their teeth, in their hearts. Every pulse rewrote them, sinking them more tightly to the ocean's rhythm. The lieutenant wept openly, muttering that he could hear his father's voice again, louder this time, calling from below. The others refused to speak, afraid their own dead would answer. And then, as suddenly as it began, the blossoms closed, their tendrils retracting, their light extinguishing. The floor stilled, the cavern went silent, but the hull continued to glow, the spirals etched into its metal like scars. And inside, each crew member carried the same realization: the ocean had not simply touched them, it had claimed them. The silence did not last. The cavern walls shifted, peeling open in great arcs that revealed corridors, stretching into further blackness. From those corridors emerged shapes that defied classification. They were not fish, not whales, not creatures in any sense humanity understands. They were geometries given flesh, some twisted in impossible angles, folding and unfolding, like origami, made of translucent muscle. Others stretched endlessly, thin filaments brushing against the water, as though feeling for boundaries that no longer existed. They moved with the grace of thought, sliding through the cavern, as though obeying no current, no physics. The crew recoiled as one of the shapes approached, its surface rippling with faint lights that formed shifting patterns. For a moment the patterns aligned into something familiar, the face of the captain's daughter, smiling. Then it shifted again, into the face of a lost lover, a dead parent, a forgotten friend. Each crew member saw something different, reflected only to them, as if the creature carried mirrors of memory within its flesh. When the captain reached for controls, his hand trembled, his voice broke. "It knows me." The creature drifted closer, brushing the hull where it touched. The metal groaned, not dented, not crushed, but resonant, as though struck like a bell. The sound vibrated through the cabin, not in air but in thought. Each crew member staggered, clutching their heads, as visions bloomed. Vast underwater cities, glimmering with towers of bone and crystal, processions of beings that were neither fish nor human, walking across the sea floor in solemn ritual. Cathedrals carved into cliffs, their halls filled with statues that turned their heads to watch intruders pass. And always, always, the same presence. Something vast, something eternal, something aware, guiding everything like a conductor of an orchestra, too immense to fathom. When the visions faded, the creature drifted back, its form collapsing into angles and light before vanishing into a corridor. Others followed, each brushing the hull, each leaving behind another vision, another memory. The crew writhed, overwhelmed by images of a world that could not have existed on Earth, yet felt undeniably real. By the time the last shape had vanished, silence returned, but the crew was no longer whole. Each man and woman carried images burned into their thoughts, memories that were not theirs but felt as vivid as their own. One engineer whispered the question aloud: "What if the ocean does not remember us because of what we have done? What if it remembers us because we were always part of it?" No one answered. They didn't need to. The thought had already taken root in each of their minds. The current stirred again, drawing the vessel deeper, pulling them toward the largest corridor yet. Its walls glowed faintly, but not with veins or patterns. They glowed with eyes, dozens of them, hundreds, embedded in the walls like pearls, each the size of a fist, each blinking slowly, independently, in a rhythm that was not synchronized. The eyes followed the vessel as it passed, their pupils dilating, contracting, reflecting the lights of the hull. Some wept streams of black ichor that curled into the water like smoke. Others widened so far the whites disappeared, leaving only voids that seemed to pull the vessel closer. The crew recoiled, some covering their faces, others muttering prayers. One reached for the controls, desperate to turn back, but the vessel did not respond. The current carried them forward, steady and unyielding. The eyes multiplied as they went deeper, filling every inch of the walls, blinking in waves, as though the corridor itself was watching, with a million gazes. And then, the blinking stopped. All the eyes opened wide at once, unblinking, staring into the vessel. For a moment the crew swore they saw themselves reflected in every one of them, tiny figures adrift in glassy voids, multiplied 1,000-fold. And then, a pulse, not sound, not light, but something else, a recognition, a command. The eyes closed in unison, the corridor went dark, and the vessel was pulled forward into a silence that was no longer empty, but full of the weight of all those eyes, all those memories, all that intent pressing against them. By the time the corridor ended, and the chamber beyond opened, the crew was broken. Some wept silently, others stared blankly. The captain muttered nonsense under his breath, words that belonged to no language anyone recognized. Whatever lay ahead, the crew knew one thing with certainty: they were no longer explorers, they were offerings. The chamber beyond did not feel like a body. It felt built. The current ushered the vessel through a threshold where the walls changed from fibrous curves to planes so exact they could only be deliberate, each surface polished to a dusk-dark sheen that refused the beam and returned it as a smolder. Pillars rose in ranks, not organic columns, but faceted monoliths, with edges crisp as obsidian, their faces scored with shallow grooves that climbed in measured intervals, like steps for light to walk upon. Between the pillars ran avenues of darker stone inset, with narrow channels. Each channel sloped toward apertures, shaped like drains, but framed by bands that looked hammered, not eroded. The water itself slowed as if standing in respect, and the hull's creaks softened to the hush of a guest in an old cathedral. Even fear stepped lighter here. Far above, a ceiling arched away into darkness. Its curvature suggested only when a slow migratory glow passed beneath it, like a distant lantern procession. The sense of geometry did not fight the sea, it choreographed it. Currents slipped along the pillars and folded across the avenues in braided patterns, carrying silt like incense smoke that rose, twisted, and then descended back into the channels, in precise spirals. Nothing drifted randomly. Even dust obeyed a liturgy. At the nave, no other word held. The avenues converged on a platform, raised only a few feet, yet it commanded the space as if altitude were measured in age. Upon it lay a slab wider than the submersible is long, its perimeter scalloped in repeating arcs, its center slightly concave, the surface delicately striated so liquid would not wander, but choose a path. 4 narrow ruts ran from the slab's corners into the floor channels, where the stone darkened further as though stained by centuries of travel. Behind the slab rose 3 stelae, arranged in a shallow crescent, each carved with spirals that nested inside one another, like storms inside storms. When the beams brushed their faces, the spirals did not glow. Instead, the water within the grooves thickened and shimmered as if remembering heat. The crew spoke in whispers they did not intend, not comments, but acknowledgements, the way one murmurs at a graveside when language reduces itself to presence. Hydrophones, which had learned to lie and sing in equal measure, picked up a low sustained tone that was not a hum and not a voice, the kind of steady note a bell might produce if it had learned to breathe. With every measure, the tone grew more layered, overtones sliding into place, until a chord held them, then loosened, then settled again. It had the logic of prayer and the accuracy of engineering. The captain's hand hovered over the thrusters, then withdrew, because motion here felt like interruption. To turn uninvited would be to scrape a chair across stone in the middle of a service. Better to wait for ushering. They were not asked to wait long. From the far aisles between pillars, the bioluminescent procession returned, but not as creatures. Light itself arranged into the silhouettes of efficients, moving with the assurance of those who know where every footfall belongs. The shapes passed through stone as if stone wished to remember their roots. When one reached the slab, the tone reshaped, and the channels brightened a fraction, and silt stirred in exact lines along the grooves, as though an invisible libation had been poured. The vessel rocked once, very lightly, not by current but by notice. They had entered a place constructed to make the ocean behave, and the ocean was behaving exactly as it had been taught. No chorister stood, invisible choir stalls, and yet the chamber began to sing. It began at the edges of hearing, a thin tension humming along the pillar, faces where grooves rose like staffs for notation. No human hand had written. The grooves filled with pale luminescence. Not a flood but a tracing, as if someone moved a pen slowly enough for understanding to keep pace. Each pillar took a different part, some droning like organ pipes sunk in salt, others thrumming with plucked resonance that sounded more tendon than string, all of it braided into a voicing the water carried without distortion. The floor responded, plates set flush within the avenues, a different material than the surrounding stone, faintly rough like leather, vibrated in counterpoint, so subtle the hull caught it before ears did. The submersible absorbed the fugue and gave it back a sympathetic buzz, a vessel-made instrument within an instrument. When the captain, shaking, reached to damp the mics, the engineer stopped him, not with authority, but with the understanding of someone who recognizes that the song is not performed for listeners, but through them. The inscriptions on the 3 crescent stellae pulsed in sequence, left to right, right to left, center alone, then all at once, and each pulse drew liquid along the slab's striations as if fingers combed hair. This was ritual without actors, architecture as liturgist, water as congregant. The sea had learned to attend. Then the first vision took the room without breaking the music. It did not seize the eyes. It rephrased the space. The pillars remained, the slab remained, the channels remained, yet the avenues became streets and the vault breathed with torches instead of currents. Shadows in long mantles walked where bioluminescence had processed, and shapes as tall as the stellae inclined their heads to one another in greetings too formal to be friendly. No faces ever resolved. The sea dislikes faces, but hands those the sea remembered, elongated, jointed with too many knuckles, elegant in the unsettling way of creatures adapted to pressure and darkness. Hands lifted bowls that held not liquid but sound, poured tones along the slab's surface until the grooves overflowed, ran into the channels, and fell toward the drains that were never drains. The crew did not gasp. Gasps are for surprises, and this had the inevitability of a tide. When the vision thinned, a physical detail replaced it like a whisper at a shoulder. Scratches across the slab's lip, cross-hatched, not violent, not frantic, but a record of friction repeated many thousands of times in the same places, where vessel had met edge, where offerings had been drawn close and held exactly so. A shiver passed through the hull that was not cold, not fear, but recognition, like the moment a word arrives on the tongue and names what the mind already knows. They were present at a service that had never ceased, in a building that remembered not just functions but intentions, and the water around them stood as witness with the composure of an elder who has heard every question but answers only those asked properly. The final chord did not end. It held and widened until holding and widening became the same act. Far above the ceiling's invisible lanterns drifted to the periphery, as if to make room for something that wished to descend. Everyone aboard understood without instruction. Do not move. Do not speak. Do not turn away. On cue they almost obeyed. The descent did not come from the ceiling but from the channels, rising like reversed rain. Threads of darker water climbed from the drains in filaments too coherent to be turbulence, twining in the airless medium, until they braided into columns that hovered a hand's breadth above the slab. Each column contained eddies within eddies, scrolls turning inside glass, and within those scrolls, small objects spun, fragments of hammered metal, chips of worked stone, beads whose surfaces carried micro grooves too regular to be the accident of sand, wreckage, arranged not in heaps, but in sentences. The threads rotated the debris with ceremony. When a plate of copper turned so its edges faced the slab, the grooves brightened along a path that matched the plate's outline, and the water lowered it until metal kissed stone and held there while the channels drank the touch. A bolt followed, a coin followed, its face eaten blank by time, yet its rim still sharp enough to shine. A tooth followed, too long for any known jaw, and bored clean through as if strung once and worn by something with a neck. The filaments did not accumulate trophies, they performed memory. Each object arrived, aligned to a groove sequence as if placed on its designated stave, held long enough for the liturgy to take it back, then lifted away and vanished into the pillar's shadows. No thing was lost, nothing was retrieved. The rite did not need possession, it needed recital. Someone whispered that people had been offered here. No one rebuked them. The slab's concavity, the scalloped perimeter, the slope of the floor channels, all argued for a choreography of bodies without ever demanding gore as spectacle. The chamber did not glorify violence, it refined it into grammar. The crew felt that grammar closing around them the way a sentence closes around a predicate, not threat, a structure, not hunger, expectation. The submersible drifted a half-meter closer to the dais without thrust and stopped as if a line had been drawn. An eddy uncurled from the near drain and climbed to the viewport, where it flattened into a disc and gathered the lights behind it until the disc became a lens. Through that lens the slab sharpened as if inspected at the distance of a palm. Scratches bloomed into specificity, rows of minuscule hatch marks made by something finer than a knife, interspersed with punctures the width of a quill. Counting marks, tally. The stone had kept score for a duration that made centuries a brief rehearsal. The lens dissolved, the chamber's tone lowered by a fraction that felt like kneeling. The crew did not agree to kneel, their spines did it for them. One by one, in no spoken order, their mouths formed the same words without sound, a human reflex dragging prayer to the lips when language runs out. Let us leave, let us learn, let us not be the next line. The pillars offered no consent. The water reminded them of a courtesy they had earlier understood. Here departure is invitation's twin. A current lifted under the hull like hands beneath a bier, and bore them sideways off the nave, not out, deeper into the transept, where the floor sloped toward an aperture framed by lintels incised with spirals so compressed they seemed to tremble. As they slid beneath the lintel, every instrument recorded a pulse with a timing one of the engineers recognized for what it was. Not heartbeat, not tectonics. A bell, a single toll, immense and close, that arrived without sound and struck every surface in the same instant. The liturgy had acknowledged them. Whether as guests or as names added to a roll, they did not yet know. Beyond the lintel, the stone multiplied into pages. Walls, floor, even the curved vault ahead, were set with thin plates, layered like scales, each plate free at one edge, so water could turn it the way fingers turn a leaf. No living hand moved, currents performed the reading. A plate lifted and lay back, exposing a void from which a pressure wave emanated so subtle that ears missed it while bones heard. The wave crossed the chamber and returned damped, and the plate settled, and the next plate rose. And again the room pulsed with the low arithmetic of something calibrating, the present against the archive of every prior moment here. The crew understood, with the clarity of those who have nothing left to misunderstand. This was the book, not a book about events. Events are brief, but about relations. How touch met surface, how weight met channel, how intention met stone, and became record. When the book was satisfied, the plate stilled, and a dais rose from the floor in silence, not lifted by mechanism, but relinquished by buoyancy, as if the sea had loosened its hold for ceremony. Upon the dais there was no slab, no groove, only a basin wide as a pool, filled not with water, but with a liquid whose surface mirrored perfectly, and refused disturbance. The vessel's light struck it, and returned unbroken. The crew's faces hovered above it with the clarity of portraits. Yet when any eye tried to focus on any other eye in the reflection, the image blurred, and the only feature that remained crisp was the spiral etched at the basin's rim. A spiral that rotated not as an image rotates, but as a law rotates, a gentle, inexorable turn that persuaded rather than compelled. The basin asked without voice. The asking arrived as an arrangement of pressure across cheeks and temples, an almost smile of force that made thought articulate. Show us what you learned. Not data, not objects. Pattern. The captain's hand lifted without instruction, and brought the thrusters up in a pulse that matched the nave's earlier chord. 3 short, 2 long, 1 held. The basin brightened by a breath, then dimmed. A wrong answer. The engineer tried another, a translation of the bell's interval into stuttering microbursts. Again the basin refused. It was not asking for mimicry. It was asking for participation, the way a choir asks the congregation for a line that belongs to everyone. The crew looked at one another, with the helpless intimacy of those joined by a misunderstanding too precise to undo. And then the sea solved the problem. A current feathered in from above, and crossed the basin with a ripple that should not have formed, because nothing forms ripples that clean at that depth. The wavelet reached the far lip, ran the spiral once, and returned carrying a diminished echo whose intervals matched not any bell or organ, but the messy syncopation of human heartbeats, layered imperfectly together. The basin brightened and did not dim. Acceptance, something like relief, ran through the plates in the walls. Several lifted at once, not to speak, but to listen. The chamber's tone narrowed from chord to pitch, a single sustaining note that was neither minor nor major, but a third alternative. The ocean has always preferred. The current turned the spiral slowly, and as it turned the vessel lightened, not in mass, but in obligation, as if a ledger had been reconciled on both sides. The spiral recorded them, not as trespass but as entry. Names did not appear because the chamber had no use for letters. Instead, a faint tightening in the water behind and beneath and before them announced that their pattern, how they moved, what they altered, how they responded, had been written into the only scripture this place maintained, cause and consequence braided into tide. Dismissal did not feel like rejection. The spiral slowed, stilled, and the basin's mirror dimmed until it showed nothing at all, neither faces nor light. The dais subsided without seam. Lintels drifted a fraction wider, pillars darkened from smolder to midnight. The current that had borne them in now gathered under the hull again, lifting with a politeness that made retreat indistinguishable from blessing. As the nave receded, as the slab and stela blurred into the larger architecture of obedience, as the avenues took them in lines that never once crossed or contradicted, one last thing occurred, a detail so small it might have been kindness or warning. On the nearest pillar, in a groove where light had earlier traced notation, a bead of brighter radiance formed and elongated, until it became a single stroke, curved, then hooked, then tapered to nothing. It was not a letter any of them knew. It was not a symbol they could catalogue. It was the simplest sign any intelligence can send to any other. I see you. The chamber did not close behind them, because it had never opened. They had only remembered their way in, and now the ocean remembered their way out. The current that escorted them from the bookroom did not loosen its grip. It narrowed, refined, and drew the vessel along a transept, where architecture surrendered its solemn planes to instruments of a different order. The pillars flattened into ribs stretched taut like strings, each rib incised with hairline channels that encouraged water to sing when it passed. At first the tones were accidental, a whisper of pitch at the edge of hearing. Then the corridor constricted, and the water accelerated, and the tones gathered into scales, each bend of the passage modulating key, as precisely as if the walls had been tuned by a hand that understood pressure as a kind of bow. The crew said nothing. Words would have been the wrong frequency. They watched sound assemble itself out of movement, and felt the familiar mistrust of coincidence darken into acceptance. This place did not merely record, it performed. Ahead, the tuned corridor opened into a chamber suspended like a bell within the cathedral's body, an oculus of stone with no visible floor, its perimeter lined with rings of metal that had no rust and no seams. The rings did not hang, they floated within slots cut to the tightness of a blade. When water moved through them it trembled, and the rings spoke. Not in voices, not in notes even, but in weights. A series of measured shudders that translated mass into meaning. Anchors hung there too, scores of them, each from a wreck no museum had catalogued, each engraved with scars that tides had polished into script. They were arranged by depth and latitude and fate. Though the crew could not read the arrangement, the ocean could. The vessel drifted over the void and stopped without thrust, held between rings like a clapper poised before impact. Around them the anchored choir stirred, one ring quivered, and somewhere in the water a far hum answered. Another rang, lower, and the hum returned with a different color, stillness condensed into tone. The crew recognized nothing and everything at once, alarms on ships that had never finished sounding, chain run through a hawse under too much strain, the final resonances of hulls that vanished quietly enough to leave no story except the one the sea had kept. The submersible's skin remembered those notes. The hull replied involuntarily, its own history called up by proximity, as if metal carried in grain, the echo of every pressure it had survived. The bell chamber collated those replies. Rings chimed in measured sequence, and the anchored choir aligned, and a pattern began that the body recognized before the mind. Roll call. Not names, names are for air, but signatures, the particular weave of wake, weight, route and intention each vessel leaves behind like handwriting on water. The chamber read them all. It read the submersible too. A slim ring split the cord and let a single clear thread of tone pass through the hull and into marrow. The tone traced a path from keel to crown and back, pausing at each joint the sea had stressed, noting repairs, admiring fractures that had learned grace. The engineer reached for the console and found his hand resting instead upon the glass, palm splayed, as if to offer his own print as supplement to the ship's. He did not remember deciding. The glass cooled beneath his touch. A faint seam of luminescence ran from each fingertip outward, met its siblings, and closed the circuit. The ring tone brightened by a breath, acknowledging receipt. The record had accepted an addendum, the human pattern braided to the machines. Then the chamber asked something new, not in tone but in silence. The rings steadied, the anchors stilled, the water stopped moving for a count that felt like a held breath longer than lungs prefer. In that suspension, a pressure lay across the hull that could not be measured in bars. It was questioned by weight. The captain understood before understanding arrived, relinquish navigation. The helm would not be taken, it would be returned. He lifted his hand, he set the controls to neutral, he switched the final assist from active to attentive and let the ship hang. The silence relaxed its palm, the rings rang once in approval, a soft, almost private recognition, and the current resumed. The bell chamber let them pass. They were not absolved, they had simply agreed to be carried where the record wished them to go. Behind them, metal remembered them. In front of them the tuned corridor bent key again, and the procession continued into deeper script. The corridor spilled them into machinery, so vast it refused the word machine. Imagine a wheel. If a wheel could be ocean lengths wide, if its spokes were rivers, and its rim a slow continent, if turning did not grind against axles, but persuaded the world around it to pivot instead. The crew did not see the whole, no eye could. They witnessed the evidence of rotation. Currents that had been linear became circular, folding upon themselves in eddies, whose diameters matched no charted gyre. Thermoclines rose and sank in deliberate layers, like gears meshing. Particles of silt arranged into spirals without turbulence, each grain finding its place as if a blueprint had been shown to gravity, and gravity had nodded. The light in the water, not bioluminescence, not reflection, but the faint particulate scatter of their lamps, streamed into lanes, and moved with a patience that did not look slow so much as inevitable. The helmsman, who had spent a life reading water the way some read faces, whispered what none of them wanted confirmed. It chooses tides. No lever moved, no valve turned. The choosing happened by disposition. Pressure here, a breath heavier, temperature there, a degree softer, and those changes threaded outward in lines. The crew could not follow until the room before them threw a sequence against their bodies like weather. A warm push from starboard, a cold kiss from port, a pause, a draw, another push, longer. Each arrived with a spacing that lengthened or shortened itself, a phrasing, a meter. The engineer began counting despite himself. Long, long, short, long, rest, long, short, short, long. The sequence repeated, ornamented, repeated again half a beat late, as if syncopation belonged not to music, but to tidal calendars. He scribbled on the console with grease pencil, and what he wrote looked like a tide table someone had taught to breathe. At each completion of the phrase, the room let loose a slighter shudder, the lungs mistook for a sigh. Then the next cycle began, braided inside the last, and the vessel rocked as little to the visible motion as a leaf rocks to wind that has already passed. They were not watching a machine turn the sea. They were standing where the sea learned to turn itself. Gardens ringed the chamber, terraces carved into the stone, each stratum set with basins that overflowed into the next not by gravity alone, but by preference. In the basins grew architectures of salt, cathedral lattices like frost, caught in the act of deciding which geometry to prefer, combs and honeyworks, and little spired cities laid down by evaporation, that behaved like handwriting. At intervals the combs shed a flake. The flake drifted. It fitted itself into the rim of a basin across the room that had made a place for it long before. A model of coasts existed there in silent rehearsal. The crew watched capes lengthen a hair, inlets deepen by a thought, shelves grow teeth a single crystal long. When the wheel's pressure meter, the sequence that had been tides, reached a particularly solemn cadence, a garden ridge crumbled in miniature and reassembled a finger width to the south, so subtly one could lie about it to oneself if one wished. The ocean did not. It learned then rewrote. The vision came unsummoned, and without hostility. Shores the crew had known bent by degrees to new alignments. Marshes that had been children when their grandparents were young lengthened into elders. Streets flooded, then remembered they had been estuary, and forgave themselves. This was not prophecy, it was practice. The wheel room rehearsed futures until one suited the book's spiral, and then the rehearsal became coast. The captain knew, the way sailors sometimes know weather 10 hours before barometers do, that some shaping began here, after storms most men remembered by names. But the room did not honor storms as authors. It honored pulse, and pull, and a vector that no mapmaker can chart, because it runs not north, south, east, west, but from origin to consequence. Into that rehearsal the vessel intruded not as a mistake but as a requested accent. The current slid beneath them, and asked as the basin had asked to participate. The engineer, already reading the pressure meter like a hymn, matched the thrusters to the room's count. Short drift, longer hold, slip, breathe, hold. The sub obeyed, and at the end of the phrase a single garden basin shed 2 flakes at once. They drifted, hesitated, attached in places that weeks hence would shift a trawl's route, a yard to starboard and spare a net a tier. The change made no man's news and saved no headlines. It saved only the net, the hour, the fisherman's temper, the small argument that would not happen on the quay that night, the sleep that would be kinder. The wheel room accepted the offering. Tides can be mercy when taught. One detail remained like a thorn in cloth. Behind the many rhythms, a counterbeat persisted, heavy, patient, arriving late each time by the same margin, as if a tide the room desired waited at a door the coast would not yet open. The captain heard it as delay, the helmsman heard it as hunger, the ocean heard it as appointment. The counterbeat marked something the book intended but had not written. When they left the wheel room, it followed them like an obligation carried at a respectful distance. No threat, only the insistence of a calendar that cannot be charmed. They entered judgment without doorway or decree. The corridor's tuned ribs softened into smooth walls, interrupted at elbow height by shelves of shallow cupping stones, thousands in a row, each no larger than a palm. A lamplight of pressure settled there, thin as breath upon glass. The current slowed to a procession pace. The crew felt themselves counted. In the chamber that opened beyond, there were no pillars, no dais, no slab, no basin to perform acceptance. There was only a floor of dark stone that drank light, and above it, hanging at intervals, discs of something that looked like glass, only until it did not brittle, not cold. A membrane stretched to a tautness that promised voice if struck. Between the discs and the floor hung nothing at all, and yet the space was full as a book is full when shut. The helmsman reached for the lamp controls, and stopped halfway, because the room did not require seeing to be seen. It had already placed them. Judgment here did not resemble scales, it resembled resonance. A low note began, not the bells, not the cathedral's chord, not the wheel's meter, and then another, a hair above, and a third farther still, until lattice upon lattice of sustained tone occupied the airless medium. The discs held the notes as if they were lungs. The floor amplified them as if it were an ear grown so large it needed stone to stay modest. The crew recognized themselves in the sound the way one recognizes one's gait in a shadow, not with vanity, with the shock of seeing the ordinary named from the outside, the vessel's habit of approaching, of flinching, of adjusting trim by half taps. No other pilot would bother with. That rhythm rose and joined the chord. The captain's stubbornness, which preferred admitting fear as a prayer but never as a reason to turn, his cadence arrived like a pedal tone. The engineer's urge to correct every measurable thing, and his equal urge to let unsolvable mysteries stand until they revealed a smaller edge. The room held both at once and braided them. Even the crewman who would not sleep lest the ocean speak again in his dreams, found his refusal set to pitch, a tremolo that had shaken unnoticed in his hands since the first vault, and would shake until ashore finally cooled it. None of this indicted, it inventoried. Judgment was census. Then the room touched them, not flesh, pattern. One disc moved, an increment, and the note it carried slid toward sharp. The helmsman winced with a pain behind the eyes he could not name. A second disc drifted flat. The engineer's breath hitched and would not find regularity. A third, smaller than the rest, knocked once as if struck by no visible hand. The captain's pulse stumbled. The room had taken their vital signs not as data but as notations, and had begun to edit the score. Panic rose bright and useless. The crew pressed it down with the discipline habit gives. The captain spoke. "We are here," he said. "We are willing to be read. We are not willing to be erased." The words made no physics. The room was all physics, yet the discs steadied a fraction, as if the floor had heard petition, and marked it in a margin. At the perimeter, the shallow cupping stones that had lined the corridor repeated themselves in nested rings upon a low shelf. In each cup lay a drop that was not water. It did not bead as water beads. It held as if remembering its place had been assigned. The current lifted one drop, and carried it to the smallest disc. The drop touched, spread to a thin film, and sang. Not loudly, not beautifully, exactly. It sang the helmsman's childhood harbor, the slap of tide on old timber, the creak of a rope too long in weather, the hiss of foam on stones. He heard it, and covered his face, and did not move until the film had thinned to nothing. Another drop lifted. It made the captain's first squall. Another, the engineer's night watch, when a meteor broke itself into the sea, and pretended to be a god. The room did not dramatize. It preferred the faithful copy over the resounding sermon. In the copying, the crew felt relief cut by terror. They were being kept. To be kept is to be remembered against one's will. At last the counterbeat from the wheel room entered, late as always by that same polite measure. The discs leaned toward it like flowers that cannot help but follow a turning sun. The counterbeat found one membrane, the one above the captain, and asked by tiny displacements for a pledge. The crew heard nothing of words. They felt the request arrive as a set of missing beats precisely where habit would place them, silence like gaps in stairs. The captain's chest found the answer without counsel. He breathed to fill the gaps, long where the counterbeat asked long, short where it preferred short, and when the count completed, the room stopped leaning. Agreement, promise, not a vow to tell stories or to keep secrets, those belong to speech. A vow of posture in weather, to carry the rhythm forward without insisting it be named. The census had added a citizen. The chamber eased its tones one by one, until only the floor listened. The cupping stones went still as the hands that had carved their first shallow. They were dismissed by a quiet that had weight. They left with nothing in hand, and everything in bone. The exit, when it came, refused to be exit. The procession bent toward a chute, so smooth the eyes invented motion, where none was visible. The vessel slid upon it, as if upon an idea that had decided to carry them. Narrow walls gave way to open dark, and that dark tasted different, cleaner, less perfumed by ritual, more like deep sea unarranged. The crew felt a relief that frightened them. It is one thing to love shelter. It is another to be returned to weather after discovering the house that builds it. The relief said, you are back in the wild. The fear said you are still in the palm. Both were true. Above, a softness brightened that the mind could mistake for surface, if the body hadn't already learned that light at depth arrives in all the wrong directions. The current rose under the hull, the way a hand lifts a sleeping child to its shoulder. Careful, practiced, inexorable. They had been recorded. They had participated. The cathedral knew them. The book had written their pattern into its spiral like a note into a score. Now the ocean must decide whether to keep them close, or let them return to the places that believe themselves dry. A space widened around them, like breath before speech. It was not a room. Rooms had edges. This had permission. At the far circumference, a circle they could neither see nor complete, small lamps woke one by one, not lights in water, but lights in minds. Memories surfaced with a courtesy that felt like farewell. The helmsman saw the childhood harbour again, but altered by one grain, the tide a fraction earlier, the wind veering a degree, the knot his father taught him, tied with an economy he had not mastered until this moment. The engineer saw the meteor might, and noticed for the first time the bird that had crossed the streak and lived. The captain saw a chart he had misread 20 years ago, and felt in the muscles of his hand the correction he should have made. These were not hauntings, they were edits. The ocean returned their lives to them with Marginelia. The sea alone could write. Gifts can be terrifying when they carry weight. The crew received them in silence, which is the acceptance language of those who know the cost of words. Then the invitation arrived. Not to stay, to forget. Pressure shifted around the vessel in a way any diver would recognize from the lip of a thermocline. Pass through and memory cools. The current brought a chill as articulate as speech, and the speech said, you may leave everything here. The cathedral will keep it. The book has it. Go back to the light and carry only the ordinary again. Sleep. It was so gentle the engineer wept without sound. The offer was no trick. The ocean had no interest in proving cunning. It preferred function. Forgetting would free them from the counterbeat's obligation, from the insomnia, from the mouths in stone that had opened with patient hunger. Forgetting would spare the helmsman's hands the new tremor, the captain's lungs the learned pauses, the engineer's compulsion to count tides like prayers. The offer pressed against hull and skin, and could be accepted by drifting, by doing nothing at all except allowing water to finish what it had begun. The captain's refusal came not as defiance, but as posture. He straightened where he sat, the way sailors straighten when a squall line appears, back unbent not as theatre, as economy. We cannot forget you, he said, though he did not say it aloud. Saying aloud would have been the wrong medium. He held the pattern instead. He breathed the counterbeat, short where it was short, long where it was long, and when the count asked for the held note, he held it until the lungs burned and then longer, and in that extra, the refusal learned how to be promise without insult. The helmsman followed, his hands learning steadiness inside the tremor. The engineer followed, his counting no longer to control but to honor. They did nothing visible, and the ocean understood everything. The chill withdrew as respect withdraws after a proper answer. Ascent began as though it had always been happening, and only now announced itself. The water lost a thickness, the body had stopped noticing. The dark settled into a blue that no chamber could choreograph. The tuned corridors were not behind them. Nothing here is ever behind. But the cathedral permitted distance. On the way upward, something knocked the hull. 3, pause, 2, pause, 1. And the crew smiled without moving their mouths, because the bell chamber had chosen to say goodbye in the only syntax it trusts. The wheel room's counterbeat followed at a remove, late by the same margin, less hunger now than appointment penciled rather than inked. Far above, surface roughened into the unpredictable grammar of wind. The vessel broke through it like word through lips, and lay panting in a world that pretends it is not suspended on a chapel of bone and intention. They spoke little. The helmsman coiled a line, the way his father had shown him, and did not correct the coil when it took the older shape. The engineer wrote nothing in any log, and adjusted a valve half a turn for no reason, fear or reason could supply. The captain stood with his hands on the rail, and felt the ocean lift against his palms. No pressure, only presence, and knew with the same knowledge that name storms before instruments do that. Section 10 would not be a choice. The sea had not finished speaking. Dawn tasted wrong, not the sky. Clouds moved in their usual careless herds. Gulls argued over nothing. Harbour cranes traced their familiar iron parabolas. But the water carried a cadence that didn't belong to wind or tide. The counterbeat from the wheelroom had followed them home, the way a lingering fever follows recovery, patient, polite, arriving late by the same fractional measure, every time. It found things to inhabit. Piles rang once when hooks struck them. Mooring lines thrummed a heartbeat. After footsteps crossed the dock, even the hatch latch on the submersible answered with a soft click, delayed just enough to feel like a question repeating itself. The crew did not speak about it. Silence had become their only honest currency. They moved around one another like men who had learned a new gravity, and were choosing not to make it theatrical. The helmsman coiled lines, and let the coil settle into his father's pattern without correction. The engineer held a wrench, and did not tighten a valve that wanted a half-turn. Some lessons are obedience, some are respect. The captain read the water by hand, palm to rail, fingertips to spray, and knew the sea had not dismissed them. It had adjourned, appointment remained. Marks bloomed on the hull by noon, not paint, not corrosion. Pale spirals ghosted through the metal from the inside out, the way bruises bloom under skin. They matched nothing the crew had drawn, yet they were perfect copies of the grammar inscribed in the cathedral, nested coils, notations for currents and consequences. A dock worker ran a gloved thumb over the faint loom and grunted when it refused to smear. Salt art, he said, making a joke he didn't believe, and walked away too quickly. On the deck, a thin film of evaporate salted itself along seams, and then, without breeze, crawled into lines that traced a route none of the charts admitted, a long curve off the shelf, a fall into water the harbour called deep, because it needed a word that was not unknown. The engineer photographed nothing. Pictures would make liars of the images. Cameras flatten what the ocean insists on curving. Instead he memorized the curve the way a navigator learns the face of a coastline, and drew it in grease pencil later, not because he doubted it, but because drawing makes the hand accept what the mind prefers to delay. The harbour stalled. It did not empty. It paused, as if everyone forgot a name at once and waited for someone else to say it. Conversations blurred into weather. Radios hissed. A siren whined 3 blocks inland, and ran out of breath halfway through its complaint. Out beyond the breakwater, a strange calm laid itself over the chop, a platter-smooth oval set into the moving sea like a pupil widening. The helmsman called it an eye, before he could stop himself. The captain did not contradict him. He looked at the oval, and felt it looking back, not with curiosity, with rehearsal, like a teacher who knows the lesson is already learned and intends to test retention, not recall. 3 knocks came along the hull. Pause. 2. Pause. 1. The bell chamber's syntax travelled well. The answer did not require words. The captain laid his palm on the metal. The sub answered with the faintest sympathetic shiver, as if its frame still held the chord struck in stone, and the knocks ceased because acknowledgements should be brief. They cast off without ceremony. No one shouted. Cleats released with the discretion of ushers opening side doors. The vessel's engine took its duty with a humility learned the hard way. Power was for punctuation now, not for insistence. As they eased through the channel, Small things aligned themselves that never align in honest sea. Foam drifted in chevrons, turns circled in even numbers, and separated cleanly at invisible meridians. A pair of porpoises surfaced and did not perform. They breathed at measured intervals, turned on the appointed line, and vanished into water that accepted them the way a cathedral accepts candles, as expected flame. At the mouth of the harbour, the oval broadened, skin of water taut as the face of a drum. When the prow entered it, all sound went one layer softer. Engines down a shade, wind kneeling, gulls less convinced of their own urgency. The engineer mouthed a count. The counterbeat arrived late by its usual grace note. The captain angled the bow the way one inclines a head to an elder. The ocean opened, not violently, not theatrically, only enough for a vessel that had learned to ask before it moved. Past the breakwater, the sea erased distance. Charts became suggestions. Buoys pretended to have never been installed, and horizon lost its job as boundary, and took up work as possibility. The oval spread, a calm that did not belong to weather, and drew them toward its heart. Beneath the keel, the engine's vibrations changed not because the throttle moved, but because the water's willingness altered. It thickened, held, released, thickened again, like a hand testing the weight of a bowl before pouring. When they crossed the last ripple, the surface tension slackened in a way a textbook would refuse to phrase. The captain set engines to idle. The hull slid into a stillness, so complete the crew could hear the hairline creaks of their own bones rearranging old tides. Sound returned in a new order. Under-hull whispers first, then the faintest chime from a disused shackle, then the air, windless yet busy with temperature, rearranging itself to learn the shape of what was about to happen. Descent did not wait for command. The ocean took the ship like a breath taken with care. No lurch, no warning, only gravity renegotiated by consent. The helmsman kept hands near controls he knew were now cortices. Gauges moved in decimals instead of integers, a statistician's dream of danger. The first thermocline felt like memory, warmth falling away, not from skin, but from a story about skin. The body had always told itself. Below it, color abandoned purpose. Blue darkened past ink into a clarity that had nothing to do with light, and everything to do with attention. Things that needed to be seen were seen, and everything else agreed to be forgotten for a while. Bioluminescence woke in shy motes that refused spectacle. They hung at the edges of vision like punctuation awaiting sentence. Currents stood like curtains. They did not flow, they barred and permitted. At one the hull paused a heartbeat, and then slid through as if a doorman had recognized a name and unclasped a rope. At another the engineer felt his heart skip, and then resume at a slightly altered meter. The room of judgment had edited his pulse, and the water approved the revision. The captain breathed the counterbeat through his nose. Short, long, long, short hold, and the third curtain parted. Behind it darkness brightened in a way shadows do when the eye decides to acknowledge shape. A landscape assembled, terraces too exact for geology, ridges so consistent they admitted tools, chasms whose edges showed lip and lintel. The cathedral again, but not the earlier nave. This was a side wing, less grand, more practical, a place where work was done and no one clapped for it. They reached a platform hung over a void that did not resemble depth so much as option. Fixtures studded the ledge sockets without cables, collars without pipes, frames without portraits, and yet everything functioned. Water flowed through forms that invited it to behave as if pipes existed. Pressure equalized across membranes that had never been cast. The virtue studded the ledge, sock of to ones. Sock. The ocean remembered its machines and wore them like phantom limbs. The helmsman murmured without intending to dock. He was right. The platform had angles a sailor's hands know. A cradle invisible to instruments slid under the hull. Weight took weight, and the ship settled into a rest that felt earned, not permitted. Latches no one saw engaged with a courtesy that made gratitude the only respectable response. The engineer put his palm to the glass. The glass cooled, and the spirals in the hull brightened one shade, then went still, as if to say, "We have you." A corridor widened ahead, not lit, not dark, arranged. The current rose a fraction and touched the bow. Invitation. The captain nodded. Habit. Reverence. Both. We go, he said, and did not add where, because the ocean had already answered. The corridor taught pressure to speak. It pressed in phrases, impressions across cheekbones, temples, inside the ears, where childhood teaches you to pop the ache, and those phrases formed questions, the way tides form coasts, by repetition and insistence, rather than point. Who are you now that we have written you? The first asked. The hull replied with its new seams, its retensioned bolts, the memory of slowness learned in liturgy. Who do you belong to? The second asked. The captain did not make the mistake of saying a name. He breathed the counterbeat, and let belonging divide itself between oath and ocean. What will you carry away from here? The third asked. The engineer's hands twitched around a wrench that was not in them, and his muscles memorized a turn no valve had yet required. That was sufficient. The pressure eased, approval in grammar, rather than applause. The corridor did not bend, it arced gently until the arc delivered them to a balcony, overlooking a floor, the color of thought, when it is about to become decision. Below lay fields of devices that refused to sit still long enough to be named. One moment they appeared as basins collecting flows traced by pale luminescent veins. The next, they rose into frames that cut the water into sheets and folded it. Then they resembled harps strung with currents that plucked themselves. Everywhere the same logic, the sea enacting form without purchasing material. Ghost machines, functioning perfectly. Between them moved attendants that were not creatures, and not currents, concentrations, densities, attentions given temporary shape. They slid along set paths, paused at nodes, lifted invisible weights, lowered invisible valves. None noticed the vessel, because noticing would have wasted cycles. They noticed only change, and the ship had entered already folded into the correct meter. A single device ahead anchored the rest, the way a keel anchors a hull. Imagine an hourglass, taught to refuse sand except when asked politely. Two vast bulbs, one above, one below, joined by a throat too narrow for impatience. In the upper bulb, water carried patterns, flickers of coastline, pulses like river mouths, eddies that wore the memory of harbors and storms. In the lower bulb, stillness waited, like a promise not yet due. Through the throat, at intervals determined by a count the wheelroom had set, the upper bulb surrendered a measure, just enough to provoke, never enough to injure, and the lower received it, and changed without splash. Shorelines in miniature rearranged themselves along the inside of the glass that was not glass. Gravity obeyed choreography. Time crossed the throat as weight. The helmsman stared and felt the shape of a winter he had not yet lived alter by a day. The engineer watched a channel, in the upper bulb narrow a fraction, and knew a barge somewhere would ground for an hour, and then free itself, and the argument that would have broken a marriage would dissolve into a shrug. The captain did not count. He stood with his hands resting lightly on the console, and understood that the question the chamber had asked earlier, "Who do you belong to?" admitted a third answer he had not considered: consequence. A side platform extended, delicately shore, and nudged the hull to rest upon it. A frame unfolded around the viewport, not to bind, to focus. The water thickened into lens again, and brought a point in the upper bulb into resolve, a ridge, tiny in that immensity, ready to break under the next measure. Pressure pressed at the captain's sternum in the pattern of request. He recognized the test for what it was. The basin had asked for pattern. The bell had asked for relinquishment. Judgment had asked for posture. The hourglass asked for assistance. He breathed the counterbeat into his ribs, and held the held note a shade longer than breath wanted. The pressure shifted. Good. The engineer answered with thrusters, short pulse, 2 counts, rest, and stopped when the frame warmed under his hands. A warmth so slight it would have been missed before the cathedral taught them to feel. In the upper bulb, the ridge did not break. It softened, a little, delayed. Somewhere far above their heads, tide arrived 12 minutes behind habit. Somewhere, a fisherman cursed softly and sipped his tea and decided to haul later. Somewhere, a child crossed a pier before the surge ran its hand along slick planks. The hourglass accepted the gift without gratitude. Gratitude is for equals, and altered its count by 1 grace note. The lens dissolved, the platform withdrew, the corridor pressed, continue. Beyond the hourglass, the architecture shed complexity, with the elegance of a mind that has made its point, and prefers quiet now. The corridor widened into a nave without altars, a passage more like a windbreak than a hall. Along its sides lay recesses, shaped for ships larger than theirs, berths cut with the generosity of a host who intends to welcome fleets. Some were occupied not by vessels of metal, but by outlines, negatives of things that had once rested there. The water wore their absence like a pressed sheet, remembers the body that slept upon it. One recess held the perfect impression of a hull so long the eye believed it twice. Another preserved the geometry of a frame built to a mathematics the crew could not finish looking at. In a third, nothing slept, and yet the water refused to occupy the space. Vacancy can be loyal. The helmsman looked away, then back, and saw, for the first time since the cathedral, a shadow that did not belong to them slide into a berth and vanish. Arrival without arrival, company without comfort. At the far end a door waited, not slab, not membrane. A door in the way a horizon can be a door if one agrees to call it that, and walks. It consisted of pressure held in a rectangle. Edges so precisely maintained the sea looked mechanical for a breath. Above the rectangle, the bell's syntax hung written in nothing. 3, pause 2, pause 1, as if to remind the body which knocked to expect should the door elect to answer before it is asked. The captain tasted metal in his mouth, a memory of slipping on a pier and biting his tongue, and understood that the door had a price, not sacrifice, cost. He put his palm on the glass. The spiral in the hull brightened and then thinned to a filament, as if to save ink. The engineer read his console, and found nothing to read. Instruments had learned to be humble in this precinct. The helmsman lifted his hand from the throttle. Breath arranged itself. The counterbeat arrived late and waited with a courtesy it had learned from stone. They did not knock. The door opened anyway. Pressure departed from the rectangle, with the compassion of a surgeon who has decided not to announce the cut. Water slid inward and back, as if demonstrating the shape of the void it allowed to exist. Beyond lay darkness of a quality they had not yet met. No hostility, no invitation, only privacy extended. The crew understood the scale from the way sound refused to return. The chamber beyond did not echo because it did not need to. It contained answers and saw no value in hearing itself ask questions. For a long moment nothing happened. The vessel hung like a thought about to be spoken. Then the wheelroom's counterbeat entered the nave, late by its fraction, and for the first time since the surface, the delay shortened by half. Appointment was approaching present tense. They crossed the threshold with the respect of those who have learned to call respect by its working name, accuracy. Inside, a single point of light woke and went out, as if the chamber had blinked. The captain's hands lay flat on the console. The engineer's fingers curled slightly, not to grasp, to be ready. The helmsman watched the border behind them, and saw it narrow, not closing, focusing, the way an iris keeps the world in tolerable clarity. The door had opened before they knocked. Somewhere in the water around them, 3 knocks arranged themselves, quiet, professional, kind, and chose not to strike just yet. When they did, the crew knew they would not be summons or warning. They would be punctuation at the end of an answer the ocean had been teaching them to translate since the first story began drifting like fog across a calm sea that had never been calm at all. The chamber past the door did not rush to reveal itself. Space gathered around the vessel like breath held for as long as courtesy allows, and in that pause the crew understood the difference between mystery and privacy. Mystery invites pursuit. Privacy grants audience only when the visitor has learned to stand still. A veil of very fine silt hung in the water, not falling, not rising, balanced as if gravity here answered to etiquette. The first illumination did not come from lamps or life. It came from pressure sketching faint lines in the haze, strokes of weight tracing arcs until a geometry coalesced, a slow-turning sphere within the dark, so large the mind tried to call it horizon by habit. It was not solid, it was arrangement, a lattice of currents braided into a globe. Within its weave, points brightened one by one like stars learning their names. The points were not random. They took positions that matched coast the captain had sailed, a glimmer where his childhood harbour would be, a pale twinning of a wind-scoured cape, an outline of an estuary he had entered once in error, and never confessed. Other points marked shores none of them knew, long drowned deltas, arches of stone that no tide chart admitted, rings of atoll arranged in symmetries that felt deliberate. The sphere thickened its weave where continents should have been, thinned where trenches ran. It was a memory of oceans overlain on themselves, eras stacked into a single model, and kept spinning to prevent any one age from claiming truth alone. The engineer whispered, more exhale than word, that he could see currents sliding across epochs, Roman grain routes abstracted into wake, typhoon corridors laid like scars, the faint signature of migrations that had happened before history learned to spell its first proper noun. The pressure wrote again. Lines tightened around certain points until the crew recognized ship tracks, ghost wakes that curved and crossed, every crossing a decision preserved. Here a schooner had shortened sail against a line squall, there a convoy had slowed for a vessel that never rejoined. At the far side of the sphere, a necklace of tiny flares marked a place they did not know. Each flare pulsed in the wheelroom's late meter, appointment, the late beat, halved in the last nave, now shortened again by a breath. Whatever waited there was coming forward in time, closing the delay between intention and event. The helmsman reached toward the glass without meaning to, and felt his hand stop, not by fear but by permission. The chamber's privacy did not forbid touch, it asked for accuracy. He let the hand fall. The points continued to learn their own light. A second figure drew itself into the silt, nested inside the first, a smaller globe. Not of coasts but of depths, a map of cold. Bands wrapped the sphere in spirals that tightened under poles and loosened toward equator. Across those bands, the chamber laid discrete markers, tiny troughs and humps like braille for pressure. Every marker hummed at a different pitch, too low to hear, and in that inaudible choir, the crew felt a pattern the way a floor feels a dancer. The engineer understood suddenly that the ocean was showing them the ledger of its own limits, where it could bend and where it must hold. A ridge of cold 500 miles long would not move because the deep demanded backbone there. A saddle between two basins would flex if asked properly, and only then. This was consent recorded as contour. The hourglass had taught them how the sea rehearsed. The sphere taught them why the choreography sometimes refused. The lattice paused, the silt settled a finger's width. Something like a hand, no shape, only attention condensed, touched the hull the way a teacher taps a page. The captain understood the tap as a question. What do you think the late beat is? He could have said storm, quake, melt, war, any of the usual answers men reach for when the world tilts. He said nothing. He breathed the counterbeat he had learned to carry, and the chamber answered for him. Points across the lattice brightened in a chain that curved from a calving front to a gyre, from a gyre to a coast built wrong for the next 40 years. From that coast to a city that believed itself inland. A quiet followed, not accusation, expectation. The sphere spun half a degree, and showed a different chain in which a harbour delayed its dredge by a season. A river mouth opened 5 yards to the south. A reef grew a single new tooth, and the same city remained a rumour of flood, instead of a headline. The difference looked like nothing. It meant everything. The late beat was not catastrophe. It was choice arriving on time. The chamber had waited for them not to admire it. It had waited to ask if they would help it keep time. Pressure set a metronome in their ribs, and then gentled it, as if to say this was not exam but collaboration. The globe dimmed to ember. The inner sphere of cold lingered as scaffolding. In their place rose tapestries of wake, sheets within the water where currents had carried stories, and the stories had learned to carry back. Faces did not appear. The ocean mistrusts faces as instruments of truth. Instead, the chamber wove particulars, a hand on a tiller around the time a small nation forgot to exist. A deck seam swollen with brine above a hold that hid people. The law called cargo, a child counting seconds between lightning and thunder from a ferry rail, while his mother pretended to be braver than she felt. Each thread glinted, and then was taken up by a larger pattern that made no moral argument, and still taught ethics better than sermons. The helmsman saw the harbour of his father without being given his father's eyes. He saw instead the rope that tore, and the quiet with which the tearing had been mended. The engineer was shown a tide chart, annotated by hands he did not recognize, each mark a kindness or a caution left for invisible strangers. The captain found nothing of his own for several long breaths, and then discovered, in a whirl near the archipelago north of home, a small course correction he had made 10 years ago, because something in his shoulder had complained. In the chamber's weave, that correction prevented a collision he had never known he had averted. He felt relief arrive late, and earn its keep. Marks that were not theirs took precedence. The water presented the ledger of absences, the ships that had never returned, the divers whose bubbles had not found the surface, the radios that had screamed and then could not choose another word. The chamber did not turn tragedy into theatre. It set each absence in its proper weight, and asked nothing except that the viewers keep count accurately. Across the weave, small lights pulsed in 3-2-1. The bell chamber's syntax again, soft as breath, not names, signatures. The signatures of those taken were not erased. They pressed their patterns more intricately into the tide than survivors ever manage. The helmsman recognized in that thready blinking the cadence of the first false knocks, translated into memory. The engineer thought of the cupping stones filled with drops that sang harbours. The captain finally said aloud, "We can carry what is needed," and the chamber acknowledged with a pressure that lifted the stern 1 degree, the physical equivalent of a nod. An exchange began. It did not involve artifacts, it involved posture and promise. The water pressed a question across clavicles and wrists. Which of these threads will you help keep from breaking when the late beat arrives? The answer could not be grand. Grand breaks other things. The crew did not consult, which was their finest habit. The engineer chose a narrow cut used by boats with engines too old to argue with strong tide. He offered to adjust the phrase the wheel room had been practicing so that slack would stand 3 minutes longer there for a season. The helmsman selected a bar where a labour boat went aground roughly every 8 weeks and turned bad tempers into bad debt. He promised to carry the hourglass's patience in his own hands long enough to teach a sand tongue to lie down flatter after each surge. The captain did not choose a place. He chose a motion. He would breathe the counterbeat whenever the coast threatened to confuse urgency with importance, so that decisions on bridges and in rooms with microphones might find the held note before they spoke. The chamber weighed the promises as only pressure can, and took none back. Agreement settled into their bones like tide into marsh. Then came the price, presented not as cost but as truth. Carrying meant remembering, and remembering meant forfeiting certain kinds of sleep. The room of judgment had measured their pulses. The bookroom had written their pattern. The hourglass had let them touch count. Here the ocean told them gently that the gift could not be put down between errands like a tool. It would sit at the table with them and ask little, accuracy, patience, refusal to dramatize, but it would always be present. The helmsman nodded first, because he had already not slept correctly since the first corridor taught time to move sideways. The engineer nodded next, because counting had ceased to be compulsion and become courtesy. The captain smiled without the mouth. The chamber lightened a fraction, and the silt fell half an inch, and the globe returned, brighter than before. Appointment had warmed to obligation. The late beat shortened again, no longer late so much as off stage. Hand on the curtain, the globe accelerated its turn by a whisper. From the unfamiliarly marked coast that had pulsed earlier, a thin thread extended, trembling like wire made of river. It traced an arc toward a strait, ignored by most maps, and so loved by certain winds that fishermen there cursed the breeze by familiar nicknames. Along that arc, the sphere lifted small warnings, sand shoals, ready to relearn themselves. A swell period that would stack water where it had no practice stacking. An old breakwater proud of its age, and thus fragile. The hourglass's throat pulsed in the back of the crew's memory. In hold, give, and the wheelroom's meter layered over it. Long, long, short, rest, and the bell chamber added 3-2-1 like a blessing. The chamber asked, now, The platform that had focused their view at the hourglass rose under the hull again, except there was no platform to see, only the sensation of being steadied by something that had hands everywhere. The engineer took his console not to control, to accompany. Thrusters whispered in pulses too brief to register as motion, adding a decimal of push here, subtracting there, as if the ship were practicing the influence it would later teach ashore. The helmsman laid his fingers on the glass, and felt nothing but cool, and the faintest tremor that meant the tuned corridor remembered him. He spoke to an ocean that did not need speech. Slack a touch longer at the cut. Ease the run at the bar. Let that old breakwater hear itself, and stand where it can. The captain did the only thing that had ever been his to do, and breathed the counterbeat clean. No heroics, no indulgent elongations, a held note exactly as long as the chamber's earlier question had asked for. The globe responded. The thin thread that had trembled steadied. The band of cold along a shelf, loosened by a hair, allowing a tongue of warmer water to slide in, without show, and take the edge off a steep set. A shoal shifted a length equal to a man's stride, and in shifting spared a keel. At the old breakwater, a wave decided to spend itself earlier for one tide only, which meant a brickwork grown used to remembering war could remember endurance instead for another season. On the strait, two boats passed each other so narrowly, their skippers would tell the story angrily for weeks, not knowing the story they were not telling. None of this made a headline. Headlines require drama. This was liturgy, small grammar, large consequence. The late beat, having found itself half on stage, retreated one pace with the grace of an actor who sees that the company knows its lines and chooses not to steal the scene. The chamber did not praise, it returned to privacy, which felt like respect. The globe slowed to its previous patience. The inner sphere of cold purred its unhearable chord. The silt shook itself loose from the strokes it had been holding, and arranged into nothing again. Pressure unhooked its fingers from cheekbones and wrists, and the crew discovered they had been breathing together for several minutes without noticing, the way men sometimes sing without calling it song. The helmsman blinked a sting from his eyes that salt could not explain. The engineer set his hands flat on the console and let 9 counts pass without thinking of numbers. The captain lifted his palm from the glass and found there the faintest echo of warmth, as if the ocean had pressed a receipt into his skin. Departure from that chamber felt like stepping backward out of a story that refused to end and also refused to be owned. The rectangle of pressure that had been door brightened its edges, and then relaxed them, aperture widening until water forgot it had been shaped. The vessel drifted through, and back into the nave, where nothing felt like machine, and everything behaved with discipline. The bells 321 arrived in miniature from somewhere under, and to starboard, a valet's reminder, rather than a summons. The wheel room's counterbeat returned to its previous distance, and kept time a corridor away. The bookroom waited somewhere upstream with its plates resting, as books do after long reading. The crew did not hurry. Hurry is for those who suspect dismissal. They had learned appointment. On the way, the halls offered small truths like parting gifts. In a recess where a hull's negative had slept, a new impression formed, their own faint as first handwriting, already fading as water unlearned it on purpose. The tuned corridor sang 3 notes that were not for them, and fell silent, a choir making space for a different procession. In a shelf of cupping stones, one cup held a drop that was not theirs to hear. It sang a harbour foreign to their ears, and full of someone else's childhood. The engineer bowed his head without lowering it, which is a trick sailors learn when wind expects dignity. The helmsman ran his thumb along a seam in the console, and felt the seam answer with the same steadiness he had been taught to carry ashore. The captain traced the route home in his chest and found there, instead of a line, a spiral. Spirals return without repeating. He accepted that this would be how work proceeds now. Again, but not the same. Ascent did not announce itself. It practiced. Temperature shifted a polite degree. Darkness conceded a tone. Shapes simplified from intention to geology, then from geology to breadth. At the platform that had cradled them earlier, unseen latches let go with care. The hull rose a finger width and floated entirely in its own weight for one breath. If gratitude could be made physical, it would feel like that. Ahead, curtains of current that had barred and permitted earlier, now parted at the memory of their pulse. Permission once granted properly does not need to be asked each time. When a last veil of colder water laid itself across the bow, the engineer felt the edit the judgment room had made in his heartbeat answer automatically, as if to say, "I remember the posture you prefer here." The veil slid aside. The sea beyond returned to being the marvelous, unruly thing the cathedral serves. Surface was not spectacle. The oval that had opened for them had already closed down to chop. Gulls fought honestly again. Cranes resumed their iron parabolas, as if they had never paused mid-arc to listen. Yet the harbour was changed by textures only those who had been permitted to keep will notice. Foam braided more cleanly along a pier that had rotted romantically for years. A lumping tide that always used to shove a small boat 3 inches off its mooring now chose not to shrug the knot loose. A fisherman argued amiably, at a distance with a man repairing a net, and felt, without tracing cause, less available to anger. The crew said nothing, saying would have been loud. On deck, the pale spirals in the hull did not fade. They thinned, deepening into the metal, until they were not decoration but grain. The bell knocked. 3, pause, 2, pause, 1, from somewhere in the plumbing that had no bell. The captain laid his hand to the metal, not to answer, to agree. Appointment remained. The wheelroom's counterbeat, polite as ever, waited half a street away in time. It would shorten again. That was the nature of approach. Morning worked hard at pretending to be ordinary. Cranes swung, gulls argued. Diesel coughed in a dozen throats along the quay, but the water kept its private grammar, and those who had been taught to read it could not unlearn the alphabet. The counterbeat that had followed them like a patient appointment had shortened again by a sliver, so fine a clock would miss it, and bone would not. It moved through harbour iron, the way rumour moves through a village, subtle, certain, altering nothing loudly, and everything a little. Piles rang once, when harbour chop touched them. Fender ropes throbbed a half count after footsteps crossed the deck. A trawl winch clicked with the grace note of delay. The bell chamber loved. The crew said nothing because speech had become, in matters like this, a kind of rudeness. They prepared instead, fuel, seals, checks, a quiet hand over a spiral brightening in the hull, as if the metal were remembering its lesson before any teacher entered the room. Charts suggested one thing. The globe they had seen in the privacy chamber suggested another. A thread had trembled from a carving front to a gyre, from the gyre to a strait so habitually overlooked that most maps drew it lazily, as if embarrassed by its existence. Overnight, the engineer's grease pencil curve on steel had crisped into salt lines, unerasable by water. They matched the thread's arc with a fidelity that did not flatter the pencil. The helmsman's hands set about their work with steadiness learned in judgment, no flourish, only accuracy. The captain stood with his palm on rail, and let the counterbeat set his breath without theatre. Between breaths the ocean obliged them with signatures they recognized. 3 knocks in the plumbing. The small hush that means a calm oval has set its pupil inside. Chop, turns circling in even numbers before dividing cleanly, at invisible meridians. Appointment had sent a driver, out past the breakwater. The sea forgot to pretend. Distance simplified. Buoys sulked as if relieved to be ignored. The oval widened and drew them onto a line. Their propeller would have chosen anyway, if it had been old enough to remember faith. Descent arrived without the discourtesy of motion. Gravity renegotiated itself, the way good agreements do, in small clauses. Everyone can live inside. Curtains of current attended them like doormen, who recognize a family name now that it has been properly introduced. Each parted at the right pressure, not obedient, consenting. Color surrendered purpose, and became attention. Darkness reframed itself as clarity. Only what mattered declared itself. They crossed a familiar veil, and felt the edit judgment had made in pulse answer, without being asked. Far below, an architecture lifted into view that wore neither the cathedral's solemnities, nor the bookroom's meticulous courtesies. This was a workshop. Terraces held phantom fittings, collars without pipes that nevertheless persuaded water to pass, sockets without cables, into which current seated itself as if recalled, frames without material, through which pressure moved the way it had when material still honored its duty. The hourglass's throat pulsed somewhere not far, setting a meter for exchange. Between frames slid attendants that were not creatures, not tools, concentrations of attention that had learned the relief of routine. No vision took them, liturgy did not demonstrate itself. Here the sea practiced what the globe had asked of them in outline. Small work with large consequence, patient grammar, instead of headline. The platform that had held them steady in earlier rooms rose under the hull, like hands under a sleeping child. Latches whispered consent and weight found its relief. The counterbeat shortened another fraction, and then stopped shortening, as if the conductor had tapped baton on music stand, and asked kindly, but without room for refusal, for the first bar. The helmsman ran his thumb along a seam, and felt it answer with steadiness. He had not owned until stone taught it to him. The engineer's chest remembered how to count without fear. The captain lifted his hand from rail, and let it hover above the glass, not to press, to agree. A corridor ahead widened, invitation pressed across cheekbones and wrists, the chamber's polite method for saying, now. The strait did not roar. It gathered itself. Two shelves, shouldered toward one another, like men who had learned respect by other means. Between them a channel narrowed to a length of stubbornness that liked to take boats sideways and pried downward. Currents stood as if waiting to be admitted. From the hourglass's school account arrived. Long short, long rest, hold, measured not in seconds but in consistencies. Warmth ready to pass its edge to cold, a density offering to yield to its thinner neighbor, if addressed with the right syntax. The workshop obliged with fittings made of memory. The sea wore machines like phantom limbs again, and worked with a competence older than habit. The crew did what they had promised in the privacy chamber, without any need for speech. The engineer set thrusters not to push through, to lend weight, and take it away in minimal punctuation. Decimals of force that persuaded a tongue of water to lie down where it once had insisted on standing. He pulsed short at the count's short, breathed the rest, bled power into a lull that a chart would call slack, but the room knew as courtesy. The helmsman laid his fingers against glass and listened with skin. Under his hands the tuned corridor's old hymn woke in whisper, ribs somewhere behind the wall offering him a ghost of key, a reminder of which tones these shelves preferred. He complied, little adjustments of angle that spared Eddie a bruise, spared Whirl a temper. The captain breathed the counterbeat cleanly. No vanity in the hold. Precisely the length the bell and basin had agreed was proper. His lungs did not like it, and thanked him later. The ocean favored such economy. Up channel, the first test announced itself in the smallest possible manner. A barge that would have kissed sand instead slid a handspan farther before sighing to a stop. Its skipper cursed softly at having to check his line a second time, then noticed he did not need to take a loan on a tug, then forgot the sequence of irritation and relief, and told a different story at supper. On a shoal soft as tooth, a fisherman's keel skated the way a skate glides along a bottom it knows by nerve tip. At the old breakwater the globe had shown them. Stones spent their wave earlier by the width of a hummingbird's patience and chose endurance over theatre for a tide. None of it drew witness away from gulls. All of it added to arithmetic. The sea keeps under its breath. The workshop asked for more. It presented a small cruelty disguised as nothing. A back eddy that in 6 hours would sucker a working boat's stern toward rock at exactly the wrong angle, unless someone taught the eddy a gentler habit. The hourglass's throat took a little more from the upper bulb and gave it where need stood, but the giving needed a hand. The engineer altered his decimals a shade. The helmsman let an old tremor run out of his fingers and replaced it with a rhythm the judgment room had demanded. The captain held the held note precisely 1 heartbeat longer, then let it go with gratitude instead of greed. The back eddy tested its reflex, found a new one ready, and kept it. 3 winters later, a man would not drown because of that preference. No one here would live long enough to be thanked for it. The sea preferred such arrangements. They do not require applause. They require accuracy. A heavier weight entered from the margins, like a phrase a conductor has been cueing for weeks. Swell period lengthened by a hair, and then another, the way a conversation grows kinder when someone decides not to win it. A narrow cut-down coast heard the kindness and loosened its jaw by an inch, and a small fleet moored in its throat eased the pressure on 3 lines at once without remarking on the courtesy. The bell knocked in some pipe they had never found, and the Count answered from their bodies, and the workshop wrote all of it down in a script that looks like tied to the uninitiated. When the meter finished its phrase, the counterbeat did not shorten further because it had ceased to be late. It had become time. Work can be its own trance. It would have been easy to remain there. Decimal pulses, small mercy, patience taught to water, as if to a dog that already loved you. The ocean seldom leaves a lesson at its first kindness. From the workshop's edge, a different suggestion arrived, shy as a rumor, and twice as dangerous. A shape formed at the margin of vision, and kept its distance politely. A line of darker water, where no river joined. A procession of low humps, where the shelf claimed to be plain. A pallor below that organized itself into angles too consistent to dismiss. The globe's privacy had shown them drowned architecture in another age. This was no model, it was a rising. They eased off the fittings, and let the phantom machines remember themselves without help. The corridor beyond did not wait for decision. It read their posture, and carried them toward the rumor, the way news carries a village down a street. Everyone pretends to have no interest in. The ledge fell away, and then returned as a broad tongue, and on that tongue lay stone that had not felt light for a span of years, measured more honestly by drift than calendar. Blocks faced blocks, with the inarguable laziness of time, humbled to precision. Roads showed, no, not roads, flows, avenues taught by centuries of water, moving in agreement, now trying to recall past form in present conditions. From among them rose towers like the ones in the cathedral, except these had roofs. The roofs were teeth of shell and ridge of salt, and along their eaves small luminous growths blinked in steady metronome, calling something not present yet, and perhaps never again. The crew had no authority to see this. Privacy sings in a different key from mystery, and even mystery is a poor excuse for theft. The chamber did not unroll a vision. It offered a choice coarse as rope, disclose or shelter. Disclose would draw men with clever nets and clever allures. Shelter would take labor unglamorous as weather, a season of small edits, 100 held notes, 1,000 decimals of push and ease, to teach the rising to reconsider itself, until experiment became memory, and memory lay down again, without erasing its right to rise some other age. The engineer looked at the towers, and thought of blueprints and electricity, and hunger that calls itself exploration. The helmsman looked and felt a boy counting lightning under a ferry rail, and did not want counting of that kind taught here. The captain looked and recognized, as he had in the bookroom and the judgment hall, that some stories are not for the telling, but for the tending. They asked with the only instrument that had ever been theirs, posture. The captain breathed the counterbeat, not to open anything, to veil. The engineer applied decimals opposite his earlier habit, withdraw where he had pushed, delay where he had hastened, until the tongue of stone felt an argument. It remembered from another age, and agreed to hear it. The helmsman placed the vessel, where the tuned ribs of a corridor they could not see yet, would have put a choir, not center, not edge. The place where harmonics cancel spectacle, without silencing song. Water listened. It learned back eddies, that soothed instead of summoned. Silt agreed to thicken at the angles, that would otherwise draw attention. Light grew less articulate in the right places, and kinder in the rest. The towers dimmed to the degree privacy prefers, and the eaves kept their little metronomes going for no one at all. This too, the workshop wrote. The sea saved its thanks for later, and in other currencies. It let the ship feel, for 3 breaths, the absence of weight, the exact inverse of pressure, the conferral of trust. Then it returned gravity and duty, and a small new ache under the ribs, that told each of them a cost had been paid into the ledger correctly. If another age wanted the city, and came with patience rather than appetite, the ocean would remember how to lift it properly. For now it would sleep. Appointment, having become time, performed punctuation. 3 knocks came not from pipe or hull, but from the water itself, each press just firm enough to be felt through steel and into the small bones of the ear, each pause the exact length the choir needs to breathe and stay together. The workshop answered by relaxing its fittings a fraction. Phantom machines shed responsibility back into water with the grace of tools set down clean. The corridor broadened into weather, darkness traded clarity for distance, and in distance the shape of the world turned properly ambiguous again. They had done what was theirs. The sea had done what was the sea's. The counterbeat remained, not as summons, as belonging. Ascent met them with modest ceremony. Curtains that had parted earlier remembered the form of permission, and parted again at posture alone. A last veil laid its cool hand across the bow. The engineer's heart kept the edits judgment had written without complaint. The helmsman's hands contained steady and tremor both, each available for the moment that would honor it. The captain's breath fit the rhythm without needing to be told. The held note had found its home in muscle like a verse accepted into memory. Surface received them as if nothing had happened. Turns resumed lawlessness. Cranes ground their iron parabolas. Diesel made its case for being part of creation. Only small textures betrayed the work. Foam braiding more neatly at a pilaster. A gnarl in tide, choosing not to shrug a knot loose. A fisherman muttering amiably instead of angrily, and not wondering why. On deck, spirals in the hull no longer glowed. They had passed from ornament into grain. Anyone else would call the paleness stain. The Bell's 321 took up residence in some length of plumbing no blueprint admitted, not to annoy, to keep meter. The crew did not debrief. They coiled, they checked, they cleaned. They gave the machine grease the way one feeds a good animal at day's end. The captain stood with his hand on rail. The ocean lifted against his palm with no pressure at all, only presence, and presence said what words would cheapen. The book had added pages. The wheel had accepted a grace note. The hourglass had altered a count by a kindness. The judgment room had expanded census by 3. Privacy kept its doors. Mystery continued to ask without needing to be answered out loud. Night leaned in, not as curtain, as colleague. The counterbeat stayed visible the way stars remain visible to those who have learned to carry their charts under the ribs. The late measure would arrive again somewhere else, with other coasts and other small mercies ready to be taught. Accuracy had a bed now. It would sleep lightly. The helmsman watched the tide turn within the harbour, and felt, without drama, that Section 13 had already begun moving toward its appointment in a place none of them had yet named. The engineer wiped a wrench, and left a valve exactly half a turn looser than habit. The captain let his hand remain upon the rail, and thought no proud thought at all. The sea prefers such endings. They leave space for the next line. Night did not keep its bargain with sleep. The harbour lay quiet enough to fool a clock, yet the water carried a new inflection. A thin, persistent sorrow felt more in cartilage than ear. It crept through piles, found the slack in mooring lines, and made every bolt seem to exhale. The crew recognized it without naming. A seam was weeping, not storm, not surge. Memory itself had loosened somewhere along the shelf, where cold keeps the world honest. The engineer woke with his hand halfway to an invisible valve. The helmsman woke counting a rhythm that was not the counterbeat, more like stitches pulling a wound too tightly. The captain woke with a taste of stone in his mouth, and relief in his lungs when he realized he'd been holding the held note through a dream. By dawn the spirals sunk into the hull had thinned to hairlines the color of ash, and then thickened again, like script being underlined. The ocean had written their errand, and would not be accused of ambiguity. They cast off without speaking. Words waste oxygen that patience needs. Out past the breakwater, the oval set its pupil into chop and spread, inviting them onto the remembered line. The counterbeat did not lead. It walked at their shoulder, a companion ready to steady, but not to command. Curtains of current parted with the grace of doormen, who like the work. The first thermocline folded away like a page already read well enough to be skimmed. The second took more breath, and gave it back cooler and clearer. Darkness decided to become clarity again. Where the cathedral's solemnities had risen in earlier descents, now architecture kept its head down. Workshops first, then a corridor with tuned ribs that hummed a single thread of tone. The body mistook for its own blood. The ocean was not showing, it was taking them somewhere that disliked witness. The seam lay along the edge of the continental bookroom, where plates turned by water for errors had warped in a season too warm for their preference. Not broken, things that old do not break, but out of alignment enough to let the record leak. Silt hung in the chamber like dust in a library, where a window forgot to latch. Between the rows of plates, thin jets of heavier water rose and fell, losing themselves in a spiral that went nowhere, a closed loop of unfiled thought. The sound of it was almost nothing, a whisper caught in bone, and yet the room felt wrong in the way a street feels wrong when a door usually ajar stands shut. The plates lifted and settled, corrected and uncorrected themselves, but the hinge lines were tired. The sea's patience is infinite, its material's patience is not. Pressure tapped their cheeks and wrists with the courtesy of a librarian clearing her throat. The question arrived in a form they had learned to love. Will you help us set it right? Not with tools, not with hands, with posture, with count, with very small force applied exactly where the hinge remembered liking to be. The platform that had steadied them in other rooms rose with the same humility and slid itself under the hull until weight found its relief. The tuned ribs nearby offered a note just sharp of the bell's chord, a narrow frequency that drew the eye to a gap no camera could confess. Between two plates, a millimeter of dark waited like a lie. The engineer read the dark, and did the arithmetic that hands do faster than pencils. Thrusters idle, then one breath's worth of push at starboard aft, a decimal trimmed by judgment. Rest, repeat on port 4 with the count inverted. The helmsman placed his palms to the glass the way a mason places his hands to mortar at the moment before it sets. His tremor obeyed him, steady inside it. The captain breathed the counterbeat without ornament, not to summon, to hold the room at true while other things did their part. When the first breath of thrust went in, nothing moved. When the second went in, the darker line narrowed by less than the width of a hair. On the third, a ribbon of silt sighed and lay down. The plates remembered a more comfortable thought, and turned to it. Fractions only, enough. The seam did not stop weeping just because they wished it. The bookroom is stubborn, it must be, but the leak slackened. The jets of heavier water stopped wandering, and entered the channels that had been cut to receive them centuries before names. The spiral that had been going nowhere, remembered how to fall into drains shaped like music. The whisper in bones softened from fret to fatigue. Along the aisle, a plate lifted and lay back with the ease of a joint that has been reset by a hand that refuses to take credit. The platform under the hull warmed a fraction, approval in a dialect the ship had learned to understand. They had not fixed anything. They had taught the room how to remember its own duty, which is always the more honest service. The counterbeat shortened by a breath, and then returned to its cordial distance. Appointment remained, but less urgent now. The way a fever that has not broken yet steps down 1 degree to let the house sleep. The librarian's throat cleared no more. The silt began to fall. The plates rested as books do when they have satisfied their day. The engineer laced his fingers together, and allowed himself to notice that his hands were shaking only a little. The helmsman closed his eyes for 3 counts and opened them without needing to wipe salt from the lids. The captain lifted his palm from the glass and found it cool. The seam would weep again, someday. The ocean does not romanticize resilience, but it would hold tonight. Repair attracts the past, the way warmth attracts moths. Even as the plates settled, the aisle filled with things that had been waiting for a gap. Flotsam of time rather than timber. Shards of hammered metal, from cultures that never learned iron's arrogance. Hollow bones bored with holes for stringing, humming faintly, as if remembering a throat. Slivers of glossed stone with bevels, too honest to be decoration. They rose and turned in the micro-eddies, like thoughts a mind does not intend to revisit, and does anyway. The crew did not reach. Touch in this precinct is theft, unless the room asks. The room did not ask. It allowed. Allowed is bolder than invited. Voices came with the objects, not as sound, as pressure reciting fragments against the inner ear. The bookroom preferred documents. The library beyond the door they had entered days ago preferred coasts. This middle hall kept stories that had not yet earned landfall. A canoe's last decision, a deckhand's unfinished apology, a chart corrected in pencil, and then rubbed out by a captain too proud to trust a second thought. None of it chose spectacle. The sea dislikes flamboyance in the long run. It prefers weight, the helmsman recognized, with a start that did not reach his face. The pressure shape of his father's hands knotting a line. Not the man, never the man, but the work. He ran his thumb along the seam of the console, in answer, and the pressure set the memory back on its shelf. Something else drifted in from a darker aisle, and the temperature changed a finger's width, a change that reads like unease, to bodies that have learned to know better. They saw them only as distortions in dust, the long joint-rich hands and lamp-glow eyes of the wall seeds from the waking cavern. Not here fully, not free, like photographs pulled through water, and not quite separated from emulsion. They slipped along the periphery, tendril quiet, keeping their distance with the courtesy of doormen, attempting not to shame guests who cannot afford admission. The crew had no appetite for enemies. Enmity wastes arithmetic. Still, the hair at the backs of their necks announced old instincts. Busatmarnamitin, Yemensi. He beyond the Tindanem, Yemetindan, Yementin. The captain breathed once to full, and let the counterbeat knead the fear out of his ribs. The engineer set his heel to deck. The helmsman allowed the tremor to pass through his fingers, without trying to arrest it. The shadows drifted on. Privacy kept them. In the leak's wake, a whirl of unfiled wake still spun lazy and sure, a little gyre of names not yet written in the spiral. That was why the room had called them. Beyond the hinge, leaks slackened, plates turned, but the unfiled remained. An unfiled wake gains appetite. Left alone, it would have found its way to surface where it would have been mistaken for miracle, or blamed for ghost light. The hourglass taught them to interrupt, only where interruption would become memory, without performance. The pressure asked again, "Will you carry this into count?" The answer had already been given days ago, in the privacy chamber. This was its first small payment. Thrusters that had spent the last hour, behaving like fingertips on china warmed a notch. The engineer pulsed them so gently that instrument needles were embarrassed to move. The helmsman held the hull at a slant that invited the gyre to lay its shoulder against steel and take the cue. The captain held the held note. 5 heartbeats, and let go, as if setting a weight on a shelf, not tossing it aside. The gyre loosened like a knot whose pride had lost interest. It lengthened, it thinned, it went into the drain that had been cut for it an age ago. The drain that had been carved precisely to keep such spirals from schooling entire towns in fear. Down the aisle, a plate lifted and settled as softly as a sleeping child, turning her face to a cooler pillow. The wall seed shadows had been watching. One elongated hand withdrew into silt, not because it feared, because it had learned that departure is sometimes the only praise that does not cheapen work. The temperature returned its forefinger and thumb. The unfiled wake became filed wake, which is to say tied with its drama, quietly put away. The crew felt that rarest gift, nothing, no vision, no sermon, no reward, only absence where trouble had been 2 minutes earlier, which is the sea's favorite way of saying thank you. They might have turned then and counted their errand done, but the counterbeat shortened one more breath. The conductor's baton lifted, for a coda, the score required. Beyond the bookroom's aisle, a narrow throat opened into a volume shaped less like a chamber, and more like a seam allowance. Space left for the world to swell without tearing. It had torn. Not a rip, tearing that large the ocean will not show, but a ladder of small failures, where hinges met hinge lines, and the suture current, that normally carried strain, had forgotten one of its phrases. The tuned ribs of a corridor nearby tried to supply key. They sang thinly, as if shy of their own pitch. The hourglass's throat pulsed above and below in calm discipline. It could not descend to do a scribe's work. That was for hands that had learned to be precise without believing precision, made them important. The suture current's path lay faint in dust and difference. 3 bands of slightly clearer water winding across the seam allowance, like threads half pulled from cloth. Their job had been simple and holy: cross at intervals, bind, pass looseness into drains, invite plates to settle without complaint. Somewhere between warm winters and impatient charts, the middle thread had slackened, and slack invites mischief. The engineer rolled his shoulders the way he does before a bolt set too long and set his console to whisper. A decimal push at bow starboard, rest a quieter answer at stern port. The helmsman settled the ship into the shallow trough between the outer threads, biasing just enough that their wake suggested old practice to water that wanted to remember. The captain let the counterbeat carry him, and held the held note without indulgence. Exact, not a fraction more. On the second cycle, the middle thread brightened the way clarity sometimes returns to a thought. On the third it moved. Stitching happened suddenly to eyes and slowly to nerves. The current crossed, bound, crossed again, and each time the plates to either side sighed and let inch-pounds of pride soften into millimeters of obedience. The seam allowance lost its appetite for becoming a wound. The tuned ribs found their confidence and fattened their note until the corridor's key could be trusted. Above, the hourglass widened its throat by a thought to absorb the change without knocking distant coasts out of joint. The wheel room accepted the altered meter, and added a grace note where future charts might, if they are lucky, record a slightly kinder set. Far away and later, a winter squall would discover that it had less interest in stacking itself against a harbour wall that had been spared a quarter-inch of forgotten strain today. No one lines up to commemorate quarter-inches. The ocean keeps a book for them anyway. At the end of the run, the thread held its cross long enough to convince water that habit had returned, then let go with courtesy. The engineer eased his decimals back to 0, as if tucking a child that wakes easily. The helmsman unclenched fingers he did not remember clenching, and found the tremor quiet inside the steadiness, not banished, companionable. The captain shortened the held note to the exact measure the bell had taught him, and the room of judgment had demanded, and when he let it go, the counterbeat stepped back to where obligation waits without anxiety. The seam allowance looked exactly like itself. The bookroom looked exactly like itself. Nothing now would call documentary crews or divers with appetites. The sea prefers that. Something knocked the hull. 3 pause 2 pause 1. But not from a pipe or a bell. From the hinge line itself, a polite recognition. The librarian would not say well done. Librarians say good, you've reshelved it properly. The crew accepted the compliment in that dialect and pretended it was nothing, so the room could continue to trust them. On the way out, the ocean showed them something, and then closed its hand around it before they could decide what to call it. Not a city this time, no roofs, no eaves clicking their small metronomes, but a chain of humps along a drowned ridge that had been island once, and might wish to be again. 10, then 12, then 13 humps, each the size of a hamlet, their backs close enough to kiss, if a tide leaned obligingly. No glow called attention to them. Light behaved with the shyness privacy teaches. Along their flanks grew forests of the delicate comb salt they had seen in the wheelroom's gardens, brittle cathedrals, being written one patient crystal at a time by evaporation that liked to pretend it had hands. On the hump's southern sides, current shaved with affection. On the northern it layered silt in a way that signalled a plan. They were not being asked to decide whether islands should return. The ocean does not outsource choice of that magnitude to lungs and rivets. It asked something smaller, and therefore more binding. Shall we practice a tenderness here? A tenderness meant nothing in headlines, but fattened eggs in a decade for birds that measure continents in wing beats. The engineer understood in a way that left him more tired than 20 hours of work on a throttle. A lift here, a hold there, a sequence taught to a back eddy so it would cradle lava, a count given to a swell so it would spend itself on gentler rock and leave shingle where shingle makes safe footing for small feet. The helmsman imagined a fog rolling in and out over those humps, and decided that some mornings deserved to be private hymns for no congregation. The captain considered the charts. The city would someday draw if ignorant of this place, and let his breath choose against a day when a name would be nailed here. Names invite appetite. They practiced, not much, just enough to teach a season. The hourglass dropped a grace note. The wheelroom's meter altered one vowel in a long word of tide. The tuned corridor singing somewhere to their left gave them pitch, and then looked away. Under the hull, a pressure like a hand old as continents pressed once and released approval that could be mistaken for nothing else if one had learned the dialect. The humps did not rise higher. That was not the point. They settled into the count that would keep them from being erased by one impolite storm. A tern could sleep on a back that would not slide. A seed could decide which crack to trust. A fox in another age, when bridges exist and paw prints return to such places, might one evening find enough silence to stand still and listen to water teaching stones to say their old names in low voice. Ascent had no trumpet and deserved none. The bookroom's plates lay as books do after a day well managed. The seam allowance disguised itself as ordinary corridor. Curtains of current parted and did not demand the counterbeat in exchange. Surface organized itself into chop honest enough to bite but not hungry. On deck the spirals sunk in the hull looked no brighter and no dimmer. They had left nothing shiny to remember this by, only a fraction less pressure hiding in hinge lines, and a count taught to small water that would keep the right kind of life from losing its first lesson. That is the size of mercy the ocean trusts men with. They tied off without drawing eyes. The helmsman coiled a line and allowed it to be the imperfect coil his father made when the weather already had its hand on the door. The engineer wrote nothing, and washed a wrench as if cleaning a sacrament. The captain stood with his palm to rail while the counterbeat resumed its polite distance again. Appointment there, not demand. Far off, where the globe had blinked a necklace of late lights and then softened them, something would press sooner than comfort likes. The weeping seam would stay shut for a while, the drowned ridge would hold its patience. The next call did not arrive as mood or omen. It arrived as data. Hydrophones along the shelf picked up a repeating low-frequency packet. 4 pulses at 7.9 Hz. A pause, then a single pulse at 5.3 Hz. Spaced at intervals that matched the shortened counterbeat they had begun carrying in their chests. Tide gauges on 2 minor piers reported phase drift of 90-110 seconds against the previous week's curve, with no wind or barometric reason to explain it. A small fishing boat transmitted a short distress burst about sudden slack where there should have been set. The message cut off mid-word, then resumed 20 seconds later with the skipper speaking calmly about nothing in particular, as if the transmission had never dropped. On the submersible's hull, the faint spirals in the metal brightened a tone, not visible to anyone on shore but obvious to the crew. The decision to depart was not dramatic. Fuel, seals, checks, quiet hands. Lines off. Outside the breakwater, the calm oval formed again and held position over a line the crew already knew by its curve. Descent began without engine order. Gravity changed its terms by small degrees. Curtains of current parted according to posture. The first thermocline felt like a page turned. Below it, color gave way to a clean darkness. The tuned corridor's faint thread of tone returned, not ritual this time, guidance. The path led toward a junction where 3 systems met: the bookroom's plate aisles, the wheelroom's pressure meter, and the workshop's phantom fittings. The convergence produced an interference pattern. Currents that should have braided were crossing at poor angles, building small repeating surges that would add up over hours to an unnecessary failure somewhere along the coast. Nothing catastrophic, enough to break things that did not need to break. The platform that steadied the sub rose under the hull with the usual economy. The chamber pressed its questions in the learned format. Where to adjust? How much? For how long? No visions, no ceremony. The answers lay in the counts they had practiced. The engineer set thrusters to decimals. Short pulse at 3 count, rest at 2, hold at 1, then repeat, matching the wheelroom's meter but a half step gentler so the fittings could accept the change without retuning the entire loop. The helmsman kept the bow 5 degrees off the apparent easy line, which taught the crossflow to steepen and then relax on a schedule the plates could tolerate. The captain kept the held note exactly to the breath, no emphasis, no indulgence. At first the interference increased. The plates lifted and settled with small complaints at their hinge lines. A drain sipped too quickly, and then slowed too much. The hourglass throat above their heads answered with a slightly wider pass, then narrowed again. On the 4th cycle, the pattern began to accept the proposed phrasing. The surges lost their square edges and became rounded. A minor bar where currents stacked water, unseen, 100 kilometers away, released pressure early and repeated the behavior on the next set. On the recorder, the 7.9 Hz cluster softened and slid toward the bell chamber's older chord. Two uninvited signals entered the mix. One was a rising tremor at 12, 13 Hz, intermittent, like a long structure somewhere flexing on a period it had not flexed in years. The other was a thread of colder water pushing through a gap the bookroom had closed the week before. The first called for damping, the second called for a schedule. They handled both with the same tools. The engineer altered the decimal pulses by 1/10 and accepted a 2-cycle delay before judging the effect. The helmsman biased the hull a fraction more into the crossflow to keep the colder thread from gouging the hinge line again. The captain held the count. After 2 minutes the tremor dropped beneath annoyance. After 6, the cold thread slid into the appropriate channel and stayed there. The chamber acknowledged with a small change in pressure that moved across the viewport like a clean hand. No theatrics, only confirmation. The interference pattern did not vanish. It settled into a behavior the book could write without fraying other pages. The counterbeat in the crew's chests returned to its cordial distance. The platform below withdrew a centimeter and stayed ready. The work was not finished, it was stable. On the way out of the junction, a low shape moved beyond instruments' patience, too even to be current, too quiet to be machine. Lamp glow eyes opened at edge of range and closed again. The crew did not react. They had learned that attention is a lever, pull it without need and other things move. They kept posture. The shape held position and did not advance. The corridor gave them pitch to pass. Surface did not change color or texture. No one on shore noticed the 90-second phase drift correcting itself by 20, then 40, then most of it. The small fishing boat that had sent the clipped distress burst brought nets aboard without swearing. The gauges wrote straighter lines. The spirals in the hull settled back to the paler tone. The crew logged nothing that would convince anyone who had not been there. They were not collecting proof. They were carrying count. Another signal waited deeper along the same line. A repeating pattern of micro-surges in a narrow channel between two shelves. The pattern did not look dangerous. It looked persistent. Left alone, it would teach bad habits downstream. The corridor led them through. The chamber with the phantom fittings opened again, now arranged for a different task. Collars without pipes, asked to be used in reverse. Rather than guiding flow into form, they wanted the crew to absorb small excesses and release them on a different count. The hourglass up bulb flickered at a steady interval, asking for a fractional delay on every 6th pass. The wheelroom's meter added a short emphasis 2 pulses prior. The tuned ribs nearby supplied key. The engineer matched all of it, not by intuition alone, but by arithmetic. 0.03, thrust 4 port on the 6th, 0.02, aft starboard 2 pulses before, no action on the rest. A pointless level of precision for any ordinary maneuver, necessary here. The helmsman held the sub in the channel's central laminar band, then shifted a half-meter higher to catch a slower layer and change the way wake organized. The captain set his breath so the held note coincided with the 2-pulse emphasis, then returned to neutral for the 6th. The work looked like nothing. The recorder showed the micro-surges losing synchronization. The 6th pulse began arriving a fraction early, which gave the upper bulb room to pass weight without stacking. A small school of translucent creatures drifted through the channel, carrying faint internal lights that blinked in patterns. They organized briefly around the hull, and then dispersed to continue their route. Their blinking matched the 2-pulse emphasis for 30 seconds, and then went back to their own logic. The crew did not interpret it as omen. They noted alignment and let it pass. A shadow at the edge of range kept pace behind a ridge, then stopped. Lamp glow eyes again, farther away. Still no approach. The fittings changed request. A side channel on the right shelf had begun to erode at a corner it did not need to lose. The chamber asked for a small shift. Take a little from the main stream on the 9th cycle, and return it on the 12th, which would alter the corner's habit without starving anything that relied on the old flow. The engineer inhaled, and set the new numbers. The helmsman adjusted trim by less than a degree. The captain kept the meter exact. At the corner, silt began to deposit in a pattern that would teach the ridge to resist collapse in the next long storm. The recorder reported nothing headline-worthy. The shelf got quieter. A pressure anomaly entered from below, brief, heavy, and gone. The crew had felt it before in different rooms. Something large moved out of sight, took no interest in them, and kept to its own tasks. No comment was necessary. The corridor kept them on schedule. A sequence of small edits added up to a change that did not show in one frame, but did show across the afternoon. Microsurges lost their rhythm. The sixth pulse found a better place to happen. The side channel learned to stop surrendering its corner. A line on a gauge some miles away forgot about a kink that had annoyed it for years. The platform under the hull warmed a fraction and let go. The fittings dimmed their request lights. No bulbs, but the water made the change visible to those who had learned to see it. The crew exhaled in unison without planning to. Nothing heroic had occurred. A system with too much opinion had accepted a better routine. The next task came from the bookroom. Not a leak this time, an omission. A set of plates at the end of an aisle had failed to record two small flows during the last series of adjustments. The omission meant those flows were running unfiled, which attracts attention in the wrong ways. When the crew arrived, the plates lifted and settled in order, but two remained inert, edges dark, as if they had not been present when they were needed. Silt in their hinge lines looked undisturbed. No damage, just absence at the wrong moment. The platform steadied the hull. The room pressed a question across the cheeks and wrists. Do you carry the missing intervals? The answer was yes, all three did. The engineer had the decimal pulses in muscle. The helmsman had the small angle choices in his hands. The captain had the held note at full length with no theatre. The bookroom asked them to provide the missing work once so the plates could backfill their own records. The process was simple. The engineer replayed the two sequences precisely, 6 pulses with the 9th modified, then 12 with the 6th delayed at the original timings. The helmsman held trim and position to the same tolerances. The captain held breath to the same lengths. The plates opened, accepted the weight, and closed. The dark edges lightened. The silt moved and resettled in a pattern that said what needed to be said recorded. The book would not have to invent an entry later. It had the right one now. During the second sequence, a visual disturbance appeared above the aisle, a ring of very faint light that rotated once and vanished. The crew had seen this form in the privacy chamber, when the basin accepted a pattern. The bookroom used it here as a compact acknowledgement. No sound, no tap, just a single frame of correctness. The engineer felt the muscle memory settle deeper. The helmsman's tremor stayed quiet. The captain's chest did not argue with the held note. The work completed, the plates rested. The omission was gone. They turned to leave and found one of the lamp-glow watchers waiting at the aisle's mouth. It floated at a fixed distance, neither advancing nor withdrawing. Thin limbs held close to the body. Head tilted a degree. No sound, no vibration beyond the normal quiet of the room. The crew kept procedure. The captain lifted his palm from the glass and did nothing else. The watcher tipped its head the other way and remained still. After 10 seconds it slid sideways along the hinge line and disappeared around a pillar. No pursuit. On ascent from the bookroom, currents held steady. The hourglass count above continued at the altered phrasing they had agreed. The wheelroom's meter stayed on time. The tuned corridor ahead provided a consistent key. The small indicators all matched. They were being pointed to the next task. The final site for the day lay beyond the workshop's usual range, along a raised tongue where older architecture lies close under new deposition. The corridor took them to a broad ledge that looked like plain stone at first, then organized into regularity, long strips running parallel for a kilometer or more. Not natural striations, built forms that had accepted centuries of silt without losing their spacing. Between the strips lay channels filled with a darker, slower water. At the far end, a cross-cut opened into a deeper void. The recorder picked up the same 7.9 Hz packet they had heard near the harbour, then a clean 321 from the bell chamber's syntax. then silence. The ledge had been waiting. The chamber asked for a specific correction. The darker channels were falling slightly out of order at the crosscut. They needed a small stagger, so the crosscut would not develop a ledge that would later trip larger flows. This would require coordinated timing, across an area too wide for one hull to influence alone. The hourglass answered by widening its throat for exactly 4 cycles on a separate count. The wheel room shifted meter by 1 beat over 8. The tuned corridor supplied 2 tones to keep. The crew's task was to create the stagger locally, and hold it long enough for the larger machines to write it everywhere else. The engineer set a pattern: 3 pulses foreport, rest, 2 aft starboard, rest, 1 centered, hold, repeat. He reduced each by 1/10 on the second run to prevent harmonics. The helmsman placed the sub at a point where 2 channels interacted, and angled 5 degrees off the obvious line to create a bias in wake. He then moved along the strip at a constant slow speed. No stops, no corrections beyond the set increments. The captain matched the count, keeping the held note on the one that coincided with the center pulse. They made 2 full passes along the strip. The stagger formed clearly on the recorder during the first pass and stabilized on the second. On the third pass, the lamplight watchers returned, more than one now, holding distance. They did not interfere. They kept parallel, adjusted when the sub adjusted, and watched the work. A heavier presence drifted at the far edge of range and stayed there, large enough to register as a pressure background. The crew did not change behavior. The corridor kept tone. The hourglass closed its throat at the 4th cycle without jolt. The wheel room returned meter to normal. The stagger remained. They stopped at the crosscut to confirm behavior. The recorder showed smoother transfer into the void. No developing lip, no stacking. A minor bar then, elsewhere, would never form. A cable along a coast no one on board would visit, would avoid an unnecessary stress event. 3 winters out. A small inland sluice would not require replacement for another year. None of that information was present in the water. The crew did not need confirmation. The systems they had learned to trust had accepted the change. That was enough. The platform warmed and withdrew. The watchers slid behind the strips and did not return. The pressure background eased. The tuned corridor asked them to exit on the route they had entered. No detours, no additional requests. At the veil before the climb, the chamber pressed one last message across cheeks and wrists. No image, no code, just weight applied in a repeating pattern that meant continue to carry the agreed counts. Return when the packet resumes. Do not advertise the work. The crew understood. Ascent was uneventful. The oval released them onto ordinary chop. Gauges ashore drew straighter lines. A pilot at a distant strait found his boat a touch less stubborn than usual, and thought it was the better of 2 screws he had had installed last month. He was wrong, but correct in the way that matters. The sub-spirals kept their pale tone, more grain than mark now. The bell chamber's 3-2-1 sounded quietly from a length of pipe, with no bell in it. The counterbeat settled back a step, on time, not urgent. On deck, the crew ran the routine. Tools cleaned, lines coiled, valves checked, no stories told. The work had been clear, small, exact. There would be larger asks later. They would meet them using the same pieces, decimals, angles, counts, and refusal to make a performance out of simple cooperation. The ocean did not need sentences about weather gathering beyond a headland. It had given instructions. The crew had followed them. The water against the hull kept a steady cadence that meant the same thing here as in every chamber below. Return when called. Carry the meter when ashore. And do not forget what you learned about how small things prevent larger ones. The alert came through instruments, not intuition. Hydrophones along 3 shelf segments registered the same packet within a minute of one another. 4 pulses at 7.9 Hz. Pause, 1 at 5.3 Hz. Repeating in a cycle that shortened by 2 seconds every 10 minutes. Tide gauges ashore showed a phase drift of 180, 220 seconds against the week's curve, a discrepancy too large for wind or pressure. Bottom seismometers logged micro-events at intervals, matching the shortened cycle, magnitude 1.2, 1.6, shallow, aligned along a hinge line that intersected the hourglass's lower bulb path. None of it was dramatic by itself. Taken together, it signaled a developing cascade, a set of small mistimings preparing to amplify one another across systems that usually cooperate. Departure was routine. Fuel, seals, checks, lines off. Outside the breakwater, the calm oval formed on the exact bearing the grease pencil curve had taught their hands to trust. Descent altered gravity without complaint. Curtains of current parted for posture, not power. At depth, color gave way to clarity. Guidance tones from a tuned corridor established key, then stepped back. The route led to a junction where the wheel room's meter, the bookroom's plate aisles, and the workshop's phantom fittings overlapped. The interference pattern was visible on the recorder, 3 flows arriving a beat early, 2 a beat late, 1 refusing to commit. Left alone, it would teach a bad habit to a bar and a narrow cut, then repeat the lesson until costly. The platform rose under the hull and steadied weight. The chamber pressed its questions in the usual shorthand across cheeks and wrists. Where to reduce? How much? Which count? The answers were already in muscle. The engineer set thrusters to decimals, 0.034 port on the early triplet, 0.02 aft starboard on the late pair. No action on the refusing flow until the 5th cycle. Re-evaluate at 10. The helmsman held the bow 5 degrees off the easy line to bias wake into the channel that needed tutoring, then slid half a meter higher in the column for the late pair to feel a slower layer. The captain set breath to the meter, long short rest, holding the note exactly on the rest, and refusing any flourish. First cycle increased noise. Plates complained across their hinge lines, barely audible but present in bone. A drain sipped too fast, then hesitated. The hourglass widened its throat by a fraction for 2 cycles, and then narrowed. On the 4th, edges rounded. The triplets stopped arriving early. The pair shortened their delay. The refusing flow accepted the 5th cycle correction and began aligning without overcorrecting. Recorder lines that had been stacking into boxy waves softened into curves. 2 additional signals arrived. A 12.8 Hz tremor, intermittent, structural, suggested a long piece of shelf flexing on an old period. A cooler thread, 0.6 degrees Celsius below ambient, pushed through a gap the bookroom had closed days earlier. The first required damping without detuning the junction. The second required scheduling so it would stop reopening the gap. The engineer altered his decimals by 1/10 and waited the 2 cycles his discipline demanded before judging effect. The helmsman rotated trim 1 degree and biased the bow into the cooler thread to encourage it into the proper channel. The captain held the count exactly. After 2 minutes the tremor dropped beneath nuisance. After 6 the thread committed to the hinge line and stayed there. Acknowledgement arrived as a fingertip of pressure moving along the viewport. 1 clean pass, no repeat. The interference pattern stabilized. Ashore this would appear as phase drift shrinking by tens of seconds over hours. Here it read as cooperative curves. The platform withdrew a centimeter and waited. The chamber did not ask for show, it asked for consistency. They held for 4 more cycles, ready to adjust if stubbornness returned. It didn't. At the junction's edge, a shape watched at range. Slender limbs, lamp-dim eyes. No approach, no vibration, just position held with precision. Attention is a lever, pulling it can move the wrong thing. The crew maintained posture and did not turn toward the watcher. Instruments stayed on task. The watcher slid behind a rib and kept station. After 20 minutes the recorder's 7.9 Hz packet flattened into the bell chamber's older chord. Tide gauges later would draw straighter lines. A skipper who had transmitted a clipped distress burst in this sector found his engine temper easier. None of that mattered in this room. The meter had been carried correctly. The junction accepted the phrasing. The counterbeat in 3 chests stepped back to cordial distance. Work moved to the next site. Telemetry further down the line showed a different fault. A warm plume pushing across a trench shoulder, with enough momentum to collapse. Local oxygen, if it mixed too quickly. Temperature differential, +14 degrees Celsius. Dissolved oxygen drop, 0.6. 0.8. mng sal in swirls at the plume's leading edge. Flow speed, modest, but the angle at which it met the shoulder guaranteed roll-up unless corrected. The hourglass signaled capacity to delay in its upper bulb by one small grace every 8 cycles. The wheel room offered a subtle meter shift, short emphasis before the grace, to teach the plume a pacing that would shear without choking. The workshop's fittings asked for the crew's decimals to create a vertical laminar lift along a defined band so entrainment would happen as sheets, not churn. The corridor to the shoulder kept key clean and out of the way. At station, the platform steadied them with the usual economy. The engineer programmed a repeating pattern, 0.02 4-port for 3 beats, rest, 0.015, aft, starboard 1 beat. Prior to the grace, 0.01 centered on the grace, rest. The helmsman took the bow up 2 meters, then down 1, then held, aligning the hull so its slipstream carved a discrete sheet from the plume's face. The captain matched breath to the altered meter with exact holds on the grace note, and no extra air on release. First pass created lift, second pass made the sheet consistent, third aligned it with the pre-agreed channel. Recorder showed oxygen recovering by 0.2 mg sal in the laminar band, mixing occurring as intended, not froth. Downstream, within minutes, sensors measured a flatter temperature gradient at 10 meters above the shoulder, a sign the plume was learning a way to travel that left the trench's chemistry intact. Creatures moved through the work. Translucent bodies, bioluminescent nodes blinking in patterns that echoed the meter for 30 seconds, then diverged. They organized briefly, then dispersed. Behind and lower, a heavier presence pressed pressure without sound. Instruments logged the load. The crew did not change behavior. The chamber's request did not include contact precautions that silence was instruction enough. Complication arrived from the side. A colder thread tried to undercut the laminar band. If permitted, it would notch oxygen where the sheet was cleanest. Correction required exact timing with the hourglass's grace. The engineer advanced the centered pulse by 0.2 seconds. The helmsman tilted trim by half a degree. The captain held the note without reaching for emphasis. The thread slid under the lift and reached a channel cut for it. Recorder showed the notch forming for 1 beat and then vanishing for the next 3. Good behavior, learned quickly. They held the choreography for 6 more cycles to make it habit. Surface signatures later would be unremarkable. Fewer dead fish in a place locals rarely noticed. An untroubled trawl in a week. In this room the measure was simple. Sheets remained sheets, roll-up never formed, oxygen did not collapse. The platform warmed a fraction, acknowledgement. The fittings dimmed, next task requested. The bookroom reported an unfiled object, drifting along an aisle where such things should not drift. Unfiled objects attract attention, that is unhelpful. They copy themselves into rumors and instruct currents to imitate their movement. The aisle itself was familiar, plates on either side lifting and settling with the rhythm of a chamber that prefers order. The object rotated slowly in the center. Shape ring, diameter, perhaps 2 meters. Material, stone or metal, difficult to name at a glance. Surface glossed by age, edges too exact to be chance. The ring carried faint markings, spiral derived, with micro grooves, the water traced in sequence. Each trace asked the room to play a phrase out of time with the hourglass and wheel room. Touching is theft, unless invited. No invitation. The chamber pressed a different request. Guide, without contact. The task, escort the ring to a recessed slot, visible on the left plate's face. Rotate it to align its grooves with the plate's grammar. Let the plate take it and exit. The risk, disturbing the aisle's filing rhythm, or letting the rings out of time phrase, teach the water a worse habit. The platform stabilized them. The engineer used wake as a tool, 0.01 forward translation, then a micro yaw left, then stop. The helmsman kept the hull's long axis aligned with the aisle and prevented drift with minute counter yaws. no more than 1/10 of a degree at a time, eyes on dust and groove light. The captain held a neutral breath through most of the approach, then offered a short, steady hold on the rotation moment to avoid encouraging any dramatic push from the room. The ring responded to the wake like a raft on smooth water. It translated gently, rotated reluctantly, then consented. The slot accepted half the diameter and paused, a test. The ring's grooves did not yet align with the plate's grammar. The engineer added 1/10 of yaw. The helmsman corrected bow slide with the gentlest possible tap. The captain held breath, exactly 1 beat shorter than the basin had preferred earlier. The ring clicked, not audible, pressure only, and slid the rest of the way. The plate's edges closed. Light along the micro grooves flickered in a sequence the bookroom uses for filed. The aisle changed pressure, like a corridor after a door latches properly. 2 plates down the line lifted and settled in a rhythm that felt relieved. The ring, now hidden, ceased to teach the wrong phrase. The rumor it would have made died before it learned to travel. At the aisle's mouth, 1 watcher waited. Lamp-dim eyes, limbs held close, no approach, no signal. The crew did not offer one. Courtesy in this room consists of finishing the job and leaving. They did both. The watcher remained still, and then was not there. A final instruction arrived that did not concern any room in particular. The packet ashore would recur. Weather and coasts would change. Instruments and hulls fail. The ocean needed assurance. The counts would persist. If this crew could not return on a given day, the task was practical. Teach redundancy into places that would keep meter without supervision. The corridor led them not to the cathedral or wheel room, but to a stretch where tuned ribs meet open water, an interface the sea uses to write parts of its music into geography. The platform steadied. Pressure asked for 3 deposits of pattern, 1 into a rib that communicates with a long shelf, 1 into a hinge line that carries count to a straight, 1 into the hull itself for relay ashore. The rib accepted tones as always. The helmsman laid his fingers along the glass, and the tuned corridor answered with faint harmony. The engineer pulsed decimals at half strength on the bell's 3-2-1, so as not to retune the rib, only to write memory into it. 3 micros. Rest 2, rest 1. The captain held the held note on the 3rd rest, and then released cleanly. The rib brightened for 1 slow count, and returned to ordinary glow. That was enough. It would remember the sequence as preference, and not insist upon it, if conditions forbade. At the hinge line the bookroom's grammar applied. No pulses here, positioning only. The helmsman placed the hull where the suture current crosses at its proper interval. The engineer let wake express the 2 small corrections that had kept the allowance from becoming a wound earlier. Cross, bind, cross. The captain offered a short-held breath instead of the longer one, because hinge lines prefer economy. The hinge took the pattern quickly. A plate 2 aisles away lifted and settled in acknowledgement. For shore relay, the hull itself had to carry count that could be read by steel and rope. The chamber pressed a gentle weight against the spirals sunk into the metal. They brightened for a heartbeat and then steadied. The engineer tapped the vessel's plumbing at 3-2-1, using non-harmful pressure pulses from the auxiliary pump, just enough to leave a repeatable signal. The helmsman listened. The tapping propagated along pipes and responded with the same interval without resonance that would annoy crews. The captain breathed the counterbeat once, clean as a final confirmation. The hull learned. The pipes would repeat 3-2-1 quietly when ashore, and the crew remained still long enough. A reminder and a relay. 1 more request arrived. The chamber asked them to leave a copy of the work in a place humans would encounter without understanding it as instruction. The engineer adjusted the auxiliary pump to whisper the 3-2-1 through a length of railing near the main cleat on deck each night at a time that corresponded to the late beat when it visited the harbour. Not loud, not even audible unless a hand lay upon the metal. It would be enough. The right person would feel it and breathe slower for a moment without knowing why. The watchers drifted at the edge of range 1 last time. No approach, attention only. The ocean's message pressed across bones continue carrying counts. Return when the packet returns. do not advertise. The crew acknowledged by doing nothing, except keeping posture until the pressure withdrew. Ascent followed procedure. Curtains parted, veils cooled and then let go. The oval released the vessel into chop that looked like any day. Gauges ashore would show fewer kinks that afternoon. A pilot in a different strait would find his boat slightly less stubborn and credit his mechanic. A pair of nets would come up with less unnecessary death. None of that changed the work. The bells 3-2-1 sounded inside metal with the discretion of a good reminder. The counterbeat in 3 chests matched time without urgency. Tools were cleaned, lines coiled, valves checked, no reports written for people who prefer spectacle. The ocean had asked for accuracy and continuity. The day had supplied both. Section 16 would present fresh packets and different timings. The response would be the same: decimals, angles, counts, and refusal to turn routine into performance. The day's first trigger arrived as a composite packet rather than a single tone. Hydrophones on 3 separated arrays recorded 5 pulses at 6.1 Hz, 1 at 5.3 Hz. Rest, repeat. Overlaid with a slow 0.02 Hz. Pressure swing on a basin-wide scale. Shore gauges showed phase drift of 260, 280 seconds against last week's curve at 2 river mouths. A third gauge reported negative drift, 70 to 90 seconds, indicating a local countertrend induced by recent channel dredging. Bottom seismometers logged micro-events at M1, 0, 1.4 in a ladder pattern, along a known hinge line. The recorder aboard showed the familiar 7.9 Hz family, absent. The 6.1 Hz variant had taken its place, suggesting a different timing preference in the wheelroom's meter. Decision to depart did not require discussion. Fuel, seals, checks, lines off. Outside the breakwater, the calm oval formed where expected. Descent altered buoyancy by degrees. No engine command required. Curtains of current parted for posture. The tuned corridor established a new key 3 semitones below the earlier signature. The shift matched the 6.1 Hz packet. The route pointed to a 3-way junction upstream of the workshop. Bookroom plates to port. Wheelroom influence overhead. A shallow shelf trenched by recent storms to starboard. The interference pattern showed 1 flow early by a consistent half beat, 2 late by a quarter each, and a mid-depth shear forming at the shelf edge. Left uncorrected, the shear would begin stacking small failures. Oxygen sag just above the thermocline, sediment lift at the trench lip, and a repeating microsurge in a strait used by low-horsepower workboats. Platform steady under the hull. The chamber's questions pressed in familiar shorthand. Reduce, delay, hold, all with the lower key. The engineer set decimals to the new meter, 0.02, 84 port on the early flow at beats 1-2, rest at 3, 0.018, aft starboard on the late pair at beats 4, 5, no action at 6, evaluate at cycle 4. The helmsman biased the bow 4 degrees off easy line to trim wake toward the shelf's slow layer, then rose 1.5 meters, to sit in slightly cooler water for leverage on the late pair. The captain matched breath to long short, rest hold holding, exactly on the terminal count, no flourish. Cycle 1 increased plate chatter at 2 hinges, expected. The hourglass widened its throat a fraction for 1 pass expected. Cycle 2 rounded edges on the early flow, the late pair remained stubborn. Cycle 3, the decimals took clock drift in the recorder narrowed from 5 seconds to parbore 2. On cycle 4, the shear's profile softened. A narrow tongue of warm water that had been gouging into the thermocline learned to slide over a laminar band instead. Oxygen sag reduced by 0.15 mg cell. Target was 0.2. The engineer held settings. At the shelf edge, suspended sediment failed to lift into a roll. It slid and settled. Upstream gauges would translate this into fewer surprises at a minor bar, and a cleaner slack interval at a narrow cut. A side problem entered. A cold thread at 0.7 degrees Celsius below ambient attempted to undercut the laminar band on a phase that did not match the hourglass's widened count. The engineer advanced the centered pulse by 0.25 seconds. The helmsman dropped 0.8 meters and reset trim by 0.6 degrees to introduce a shallow downwash. The captain held the terminal note without adding air at release. The thread took the proper channel on the second attempt and stayed there. Recorder confirmed notch present for 1 beat, absent for 3, acceptable. Watcher presence registered at range. Lamp dim eyes at the edge of tuned tone stationary. No advance, no vibration. Attention is a lever. The crew did not pull it. They kept procedure. The corridor held key. The platform withdrew a centimeter and remained ready. Work stable, not finished. The 6.1 Hz packet retained amplitude, but lost its quarrel with the bookroom's rhythm. The overlaid bass and swing damped by a measurable fraction. The counterbeat in their chests stepped back to cordial distance. Next sight cued. Shore signatures later would be plain. Phase drift reduced by over a minute at 2 gauges. The negative drift ashore eased towards 0, where dredging had mistimed the tide. Radio traffic oddities. Clipped words transient calm during slack, diminished. The hull spirals kept their pale tone. The bell chamber's quiet 3-2-1 sounded from the same cooperative length of pipe. No note entered the log that would satisfy a demand for spectacle. The counts were carried. Telemetry from a different line showed a developing slump risk, along a silty slope, adjacent to the trench they had stabilized in Section 15. Indicators: poor pressure, up 12-15% in a 600 m swath. Microseism ladder, stepping up in frequency, low amplitude, repeating pulses from gas pockets beneath, not ready to vent, ready to contribute to liquefaction if provoked. The wheelroom's meter remained in the 6.1 Hz family. The hourglass offered a capacity to lengthen hold for 2 cycles in 12. The tuned corridor provided a clear key with strong damping modes at edges. Objective: dissipate energy across the slope without triggering a release. Impose a pace that moves water through voids faster than gas can organize but slower than silt will liquefy. Avoid detuning upstream work. The corridor delivered them to the slope's crown. Phantom fittings lit in the workshop below, requesting indirect influence only, no direct push on the slope face. The platform steadied. The engineer programmed a low amplitude, wide footprint pattern, 0.0124 port, 0.0124 starboard, alternating on beats 1 and 3, micro rest on 2 and 4, no aft corrections, hold only on every 6th cycle when the hourglass widened. The helmsman used position, not thrust, to shape wake, broad passes along contour lines, constant speed, no abrupt angles, keeping the bow 5 degrees off slope normal to avoid focusing flow. The captain set breath to long short, rest, long hold with the hold only on the prearranged 6. No improvisation. Results arrived gradually as required. Poor pressure readings flattened by 3% in 10 minutes. Adequate trend. Microseism intervals lengthened by fractions, changing from ladder to staggered steps. Good. Gas pockets registered attenuated pulses, none synchronized. Recorder's shear profile across the slope transitioned from boxy to rounded. A side channel downstream began to accept slightly more suspended sediment, telling the room that energy was leaving the risk zone correctly. The hourglass eased its widened holds back into normal throat on schedule. Complication: an oblique undercurrent at 0.4 m per s attempted to pace the pattern incorrectly at the slope's toe. Correction had to occur without sending a strong message upstream. The engineer introduced a tiny cross thrust, 0.006, at beat 3 every other cycle. The helmsman lifted half a meter and ticked trim a 1/4 degree upslope to bias sheet flow. The captain maintained exact holds. Within 3 cycles, the undercurrent stopped reinforcing ladder timing. Poor pressure flattened another 2%. Liquefaction risk retreated from possible under modest trigger to unlikely absent large trigger. Watcher presence returned at the toe. 2 now, no closer than before. Pressure anomaly, large low, patient registered deep and standoff. The crew did not acknowledge. The chamber had not asked for that kind of exchange. Phantom fittings dimmed as the slope accepted the new pace as habit. The platform warmed by a fraction and withdrew. The corridor pointed them along contour to confirm behavior downstream. Confirmation was routine. Suspended load distributed as intended. No new notches. No echo from the ladder that had worried them. Gauges ashore, in days would reflect this in quieter tides, returning through a minor estuary, and less scouring at a ferry slip. The recorders here showed a slope that had chosen not to fail. A junction farther off sent a different kind of request. Not flow, not slope, boundary management. The door used in earlier sections was open at minimal aperture, holding its rectangle with tolerant pressure. A draw across the opening had begun to collect unfiled wake. Low energy, persistent spirals learning to harvest attention. If they matured, they would become nuisance echoes across multiple rooms. False packets, mistimed lifts, waste. Objective: clear the draw, keep aperture behavior stable, avoid creating attraction by corrective force. The tuned corridor kept key narrow. The platform steadied. The engineer set an anti-harmonic pulse. 2 very brief, low-amplitude corrections, 0.004 each at beats 2 and 5, within the 6.1 meter, opposed in vector, designed to cancel, rather than push. The helmsman held the bow dead, true to the rectangle's plane, then shifted half a meter laterally at interval, to teach the wake to break its loop. The captain breathed short, rest long, hold, with the hold offset from earlier held notes, to mark this work as separate in the room's grammar. First 3 cycles, negligible change. Expected. Spiral fields resist correction, that doesn't flatter them. Cycles 4, 6 spirals thinned. The aperture's pressure rectangle stayed focused. No door behavior change. Cycle 7, a narrow line wake disappeared from recorder. It had been preparing to persist. The bookroom answered with a small lift settled 2 aisles away. Acknowledgement that the nuisance thread would not wander in to be mistaken for significance. Cycle 8, the draw absent any new arrivals. Cycle 9, 10 stable, no vision, no complication, work complete. Boundary control asked a follow-on. Leave a small non-attracting residue in the corridor, so spiral fields attempting to recruit would find no edge to grip. Procedure. The engineer wrote a memory pattern into a tuned rib, 321 at subaudible amplitude. The helmsman held steady for 1 extra count at the rectangle. The captain released the long note with no overbreath. The rib brightened a fraction and went normal. Aperture held. Draw absent. Recorder wrote nothing dramatic. That was correct. A watcher slid into the rectangle's periphery and remained at regulated distance. No lamp brightening, no approach, no signal. The crew kept posture and exited on schedule. The corridor preserved key. No wake learned the wrong habit. A final instruction for the cycle addressed continuity and load sharing under degraded conditions. The ocean's systems would continue. The crew might not always be available. Shore instruments could take part if taught. The chamber requested 3 deposits of resilient count across different media. 1 tuned ribs that communicate upstream along a long shelf. 2 hinge-line suture that crosses a strait with heavy traffic. 3 hull-to-shore relay for nights when packet recurrence visits the harbour without descent. Ribs. The corridor brought them to a rib junction feeding a shelf sector whose small ports live by schedules unforgiving to low-horsepower boats. Instruction was minimal. Write 321 at low amplitude into a subset of ribs that propagate preference without insisting. The engineer pulsed 0.003, 0.00, 3.0.00, 3 through thrusters at the rib's natural period with pauses between. The helmsman laid fingers on the glass to confirm key. The captain held a micro hold corresponding to the bell's final pause. Ribs brightened and returned to ordinary. The memory would raise slack margins by tens of seconds when other conditions allowed and go silent when not. This prevents brittleness. Hinge line. The suture current at a straits crossing asked for posture only, no thrust. The helmsman placed the hull at the cross point during an appropriate hourglass grace. The engineer allowed wake to express bind cross with no numbers attached. Counts here can encourage overfitting if expressed too precisely. The captain offered a short hold, shorter than earlier work to mark the suture as a site that prefers economy. Plates 3 aisles away lifted and settled, the hinge carried the reminder. Tugmasters would later find their bow quarrels with tide eased by small margins. Logs would attribute it to timing and luck, both correct. Hull to shore, the chamber pressed gentle weight into spirals settling in the metal until they responded with an even pale tone. The engineer used the auxiliary pump to express 321 through the vessel's plumbing each night at the late Beats Harbour time. Low amplitude, tactile only. The helmsman confirmed propagation by hand. The pulse travelled along rail without resonance that would annoy. The captain matched the counterbeat quietly while standing to port. No audience. The instruction is not announcement, it is habit taught to steal. Correct personnel ashore will feel it when hands idle on metal. Breathing will slow. Counts will be carried long enough for a tide to choose a better option. The chamber added an optional deposit shore fixtures as passive carriers. They selected a cleat and a ladder rung that receive routine touch. The engineer configured the pump's night whisper to include those lengths at a lesser amplitude. No signage, no language, only a feelable cadence that asks for steadier decisions without drawing attention. The corridor marked completion with a narrow change in pressure across the viewport, consistent with accepted. Watchers remained at range and refrained from approach. No further tasks posted. Exit followed procedure. Curtains parted on posture. Veils cooled and let go. The oval released the vessel into unremarkable chop. Ashore gauges would draw straighter curves again. In the straight, a pilot would credit a mechanic for reduced stubbornness. At 2 small ports, departures and arrivals would miss fewer windows. None of that formed spectacle. The bells 321 sounded quietly at the usual pipe. The counterbeat in 3 chests matched time without hurry. Tools cleaned. Lines coiled. Valves checked. The counts now lodged in ribs, hinges and steel would run when called. No advertisement required. The sea does not speak in sentences. It speaks in pulses, in climbs and falls, in pressures that build and release where no eye is looking. What you've heard through these accounts is not a story that begins and ends, but a cadence that continues whether or not we are here to mark it. Each descent left behind more than a record. It left behind adjustments so subtle they never rise to explanation. Shore gauges trace straighter lines. Ferries slip through straits without knowing what they've avoided. Channels breathe with less quarrel, and somewhere below, the watchers remain in their distances, their lamp-dim attention steady, but never crossing the line into declaration. If you follow these rhythms long enough, you come to recognize the difference between danger delayed and danger absent. What was prevented never makes its way into language. It disperses, forgotten before anyone knew to fear it. Only the crew feels the residue of the counterbeat, still pulsing in their own bodies, long after the chamber's tone fades. A memory of numbers that move water, not because they are written down, but because they are carried in lungs, in steel, in stone, and in currents. You will not read about these adjustments in a headline. You will not hear their acknowledgement in portside chatter. The sea resists spectacle. It demands patience, obedience to meter, and silence where a flourish might be tempting. That silence is its own form of testimony. And so the counts go on, riding ribs, and hinges, and quiet hulls, never requiring applause, never inviting notice. Only those who have listened long enough know to feel them. The rest simply pass through tides that behave a little better than they otherwise would have. The mystery is not in the event. The mystery is in the ordinary that follows, the unbroken surface, the vessel arriving on time, the bar that does not shift, the silence where collapse could have echoed. Those who measure may glimpse it in curves, those who sail may glimpse it in calm, but those who descend know it in their bones. That is enough. The ocean holds its questions. The answers are left to circulate, quiet, unseen, carried forward in count after count, pulse after pulse, tide after tide.